To staff, and good morning to the people of Christchurch that have tuned in today to watch the next of our council meetings by remote meeting means, and I'd like to welcome you, those who have joined us on the live stream. Could I invite Councillor Templeton to open our meeting with the karakia timatanga. Thank you. Over to you, Councillor Templeton.
Kia ora koutou. Whakatakate hau ki te uru, whakatakate hau ki te tonga. Kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā tara ki tai. E hi ake ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauri ora.
Kia ora, and thank you very much for that. I have no apologies for the meeting today, and no declarations of interest advised prior to the meeting. There are no deputations by appointment and no presentation of petitions. If we could move to the adoption of the council and committee minutes that are set out on the agenda. Could I have somebody to move that the minutes be received? Sarah Templeton, and seconded by... Who's that?
I would like to move.
Seconded
yes.
by Councillor Chen. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you very much. There was somebody that sounded like a Dalek there, so we'll just be cautious around that. And if I could remind councillors to turn off their microphones while they're not speaking, and to turn on their microphones if they wish to indicate that they're voting for something, but also to speak. We move on to the Audit and Risk Management Committee, and could I invite Sam MacDonald, who's the Deputy Chair of Audit and Risk, to take us through the two reports that we have as items 10 and 11. Thank you, Sam.
Yeah, sure. Sure, no worries. The first one is the, sorry, I'm just bringing them up on my other screen, the report on the critical judgments, so the annual report. So I think the thing to just remember here is it's the annual report, not the annual plan. So it's just the auditors preparing for how we do this at the end of June. So, I mean, I don't know if there's any staff on the line that want to speak to it, but there's nothing too much in that one. And the other one is obviously the audit plan, which is, again, just a process thing that Audit New Zealand have come up with. And you'll note there's sort of the areas of focus and things. So probably the only thing to note, I guess, around that is there is a timeline around how the audit will take place. And I mean, at the moment, that looks like it'll be fine, but we just need to be mindful of alert levels and access for staff and for Audit New Zealand staff. So, I mean, Leanne, I don't know how you want to do it, if you want to put them separately or together or whatever you like, but...
yeah, I think we'll move them separately. I just had one question in relation to, well, I presume that the first paper, I mean, it's all good to go, but it would have some, I mean, obviously we'd be expecting to see some change well, I mean, yeah, but it's coming back to audit and risk, and then we'll come back to council. But the other question that I had was around the legal assessment of liability for holiday pay, which was one of the issues that came up. And in the paper itself, the audit office has identified this as a significant issue. And, you know, I do want us to have a sense check on where that's at. So I won't do anything other than mention it, and perhaps invite a quick response, but I would like us to be seeking some sort of reporting on this, and whether audit and risk meeting you know, could actually pick this up as an issue and look at it a little bit more closely, because I want some comfort around due process in this regard, and whether
so
also
I think,
there's an
Karen and
opportunity to tidy some of it up.
Yeah, so Karen and Len are both online, but I think the two things are, obviously it'll be looked at in terms of materiality for the audit, for the annual report, but secondly, as Diane Brandish has mentioned, there's a piece of work happening at the moment around the legal framework, and I guess the provision that we need to provide. So yeah, look, the audit committee did discuss that at our last meeting, and it's obviously something that will come back to us, so it's well up the top of the radar.
Yeah. I mean, I was absent from the last meeting, so it did. I just wanted to indicate that it was a concern for me as well.
Yeah, brilliant.
Thank you. All right. Would you like to move? Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Who's that?
That's Carol. She was just some
No, I'm sorry. Whoever is speaking can't speak like that. Your system's not allowing you to contribute. So if somebody else wants to say what you were going to say, presumably, but it's just not possible. Is there anything that needs to be said before we take the vote?
Leanne, I think it was Carol. If she turned her video off, the audio might be better.
Carol, can you just try with the video, with the audio rather than? No.
just trying to
No, it's not worth it. All right, I'm going to assume that because I haven't seen a note come up on the conversation at the side that this is good to go.
Yeah, I'm happy to move.
Sam McDonald has moved this, seconded by Andrew Turner. I shall put that motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. That's carried. And the second paper is the audit plan for Council's 2020 annual report.
Happy to
and
move
moved
that
by
as well.
Sam McDonald, seconded by Andrew Turner. I shall put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no.
Aye.
That's carried. Thank you very much. And now we move on to the update by the COVID-19 Incident Management Team Lead, presenter Mary Richardson. So I shall hand over to Mary. I think there's a PowerPoint presentation which will be going up on the screen. Is that right?
No, there's a paper that's been circulated to council, and lots of the information is actually online public to see as well. So today I'm just going to focus on council's response as we move to level 3. And so we'll be focusing on both the services that will be stood up during level 3, and then also looking at the capital program under alert level 3. So just to give an overview, the priorities and what we're trying to do as we move to level 3 is actually about several things. One is actually and continue to provide our essential services as we have over Alert 4, but in Alert 3 we're also actually seeking to implement strategies which will lessen the impact of economic hardship and disruption on our residents and local businesses, i.e. we are seeking to flatten the recession curve. We're also seeking to support the well-being of our people and our communities. So in Alert Level 3, you'll see the attachment 1, which provides a summary of our service provision under Alert Level 3, and for the public, that is available on our public website and under the newsline stories. Across council, we're seeking to provide those services that council and residents need to for the city to continue to function. We're trying to maintain and accelerate the pipeline of work to support local businesses and also to keep people in jobs, and at the same time protect the public health and well-being. You'll see in that table that we're resuming our capital programs and have been working on those with our contractors leading up to this. So actually most of them, if not all of them, will be able to stand up on Tuesday. We also, for the same reason of keeping the economy going and keeping people in jobs, we're resuming a large proportion of our maintenance services. And again, we've been working with our contractors and suppliers to make sure they're good to go. We're opening our transfer stations in a controlled, safe operation because we know that many of our residents have spent 4 weeks tidying up and clearing their household and garden and need to get into those transfer stations. And also we're reopening some of our public spaces. The most notable is the Botanic Gardens. So that's many people are commenting on how excited they are that that will reopen. Our consenting and enforcement teams have, as you know, have been working remotely. They've all been available working remotely on level 4 because they've wanted to keep things going, and they've been very conscious that actually a lot of people have spent the time in lockup getting their plans and applications ready, and they are now starting to flow in even more strongly. So they are now also ready to step up with a number of site inspections and environmental health functions. So they are ready to go on Tuesday as well. Parks team, they have been out and about in our parks, both in our urban parks and regional parks, but people will now see more crews in our public spaces. And particularly with that wind that happened, I think it was last week, all the weeks are merging into one now, but they'll be out there tidying up the what's left in our parks around that. One great aspect which our cemetery teams are incredibly pleased about is they will actually be able to have gatherings at cemeteries for people to farewell their loved ones. Call centre continuing to operate and will just be continuing that 24/7, so that actually service requests have been able to and will be continued to actually be actioned by our maintenance crews. And then at the same time, we are doing a number of welfare support by our staff and our civil defence volunteers. That's 3,000 calls that have been made out to our residents over 70 who are living alone, which have been fantastic for both the people making the calls and for the older residents. Our staff has really commented how much they've enjoyed those calls and being able to do sort of some check-in on those people. We've had 1,730 calls into our 0800 helpline, and have actually supported the supply of 526 food parcels and vouchers out to families that are really facing hard times. And then at the same time, 21 outward bound flights, the repatriation flights, which again have been an incredible exercise, and we have had such amazing feedback from the flights, particularly the Lufthansa, but also the French Air France and other flights that have actually thanked us for the way we've supported their people to return. Also, what's not noted in the report but needs to be highlighted is the financial relief package that Council has put in place, and as the Mayor mentioned earlier, put in place very early in the package, so really knew well in advance how this was going to impact on people, and that relief was in probably within the matter of days of the lockdown. So that was rent relief to our people leasing council facilities or renting council facilities, and there was also the fees relief and refunds for people who had licences, had memberships, had booked things, so immediately moved to refund those or give people credits. As you know, you passed the rate payment extension, and then also for people leasing premises like outdoor spaces, they were notified and got some relief there as well. So a comprehensive package really looking at reducing that financial burden for our residents and businesses, and thereby increasing their disposable income so they can actually support themselves and keep the economy moving. The next thing I just wanted to highlight was the capital program, and you will see in that attachment the number of projects and services that are being stood up. These have predominantly projects that were live before Alert 4 and were shut down at the direction of government, and we ready to send them up immediately. Because they were already under construction, and we want to get those projects up live. We are contractually obligated in some ways and wanted to avoid any penalty under that. So actually, and as well as keeping the economy going. So they are all ready to go and we've stood up. There are a few other projects that we've brought forward, and again for two reasons. One, to actually get the economy going, but also it makes much better sense to do them now when either the commercial roads are not busy. For example, we can get in and do some roading work in those areas, but also for things like our facilities where we had work planned and on budget for swimming pool or pool repairs we might as well get in and do those now while the pools are closed, rather than actually later disrupting people by closing the pool again while we do that work. So we also, our staff have been amazing in terms of trying to work with contractors to see if they can negotiate faster work, extended hours, larger crews, and that's actually all about avoiding any disruption in alert level 2. This capital list has been considered by the council working group of councillors. That's the chairs and deputy chairs of Three Waters, urban development, transport, sustainability and community, and finance and performance. So they considered those and endorsed them and instructed staff to move quickly in getting those in place, and have also actually asked the group to look at other priorities for fast-tracking projects within the existing capital program. So they will be meeting again to look at other options that we can do. And then finally, some advice around the governance arrangements. So there's some advice there that has been put forward by the Head of Community Governance and Support, and that was at the request of Council. What that advice says is that under level 3, so the next, the 2 weeks that's proposed of level 3, council meetings continue to be held virtually with audio or audio-visual links and be live streamed. That community boards meetings will start to be held through Skype and Zoom forums to actually just as discussions and briefings. But then also we are now preparing, if Council endorses this approach, we are now preparing for a level 2 where council meetings can be conducted in the chambers with the right protocols in place, and same with the community boards in a level 2 to actually have some physical meetings in the boardroom. So that's the head's advice around that, which has been endorsed by the IMT. So that's my report. I have the team who's also dialed in here. So we have Helen Beaumont from Three Waters, Richard Osborne from Transport, Nigel Cox from our recreation area, Andrew from Parks, and John from Community Facilities area. They can answer any questions people have about specifics of the work or the capital program. So thank you very much.
Look, thank you very much, Mary. And what I'm going to do, I've just got one question that isn't really a question, but it's just to enable you to clarify one more time the real decision that we made in relation to the rental space of footpaths outside our fabulous inner city, well, mainly inner city, but not exclusively, bars and restaurants that are right on the street and who are using those. Just to confirm that that from the 1st of March this year until the end of May, which is the initial decision that we've made, there is no rental obligation to be met, and that credits for payments that have already been made will be issued to those businesses. So that's the first question. And then I'm going to move to Andrew, who's going to give us a bit of an update on the meeting that the working group had for the benefit of councillors, but also for those that have tuned into the live stream. And then I've got Jimmy and Anne and Jake. So if you could just comment first on that, because one of a very well-known businessman went on one of the radio shows this week and said, how crazy it would be to have a situation where his tenants still had to pay for these areas that obviously they can't use right now, and so he, not being a tenant, didn't receive the notice that had been sent out from the council. So this is for clarification and confirmation publicly that we have dealt with this, that the tenants have received the information that they're not liable for rent during this period, but I think we are going to have to review that at the end, but before the end of May, because I think that we're going to have to extend that as part of a package of support for our businesses as part of our recovery approach.
Great. So definitely confirm that Bruce Rendell's on the line. He did the legwork, so
Yep.
you want to give the details, Bruce?
Yes, so all what you've said is correct, and in terms of the decision you made, you actually also gave us some flexibility for what comes after. The holiday is for at least 3 months, and you've got some flexibility for myself and my staff going forward, and we will be continuing to use that. Because one of the things we're really interested in is those businesses that can come up with innovative but safe solutions that are compliant at level 3. We want to help them, assist them, and ensure that there's nothing that we do will stop them trading in that situation. So we certainly get that message loud and clear.
And I think supporting them into level 2 and then giving them more flexibility, because I mean there will be a degree of sort of nervousness around the situation for quite some time yet, and I think the more that we can do to support them as they initiate safe and practices and safe environments for people to come together, I think that's what we've missed the most. Then it would be great to see that.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you very much. So, Andrew, would you like to just do an update on the working group, please?
Yeah, great. Thank you very much indeed. So, as Mary has signalled, the chairs and the deputy chairs of the relevant committees met informally and have contributed to guidance around reactivating work in the areas of transport, three waters, community facilities, parks and housing. Our primary focus, as staff's has been, is restarting works that had to be stopped as we went into level 4, which can restart in level 3. So really a strong focus on getting work crews back to work on Tuesday of next week. And then looking for opportunities to do work in commercial areas while business activity is low, while businesses remain closed, and while there's less traffic and less pedestrians. So really working with contractors to ramp up work and opportunity in commercial areas so that we can get work done while there is less impact on business and less more opportunity to get things done quickly. So working with contractors to fast track as much of that as possible, and changing work programs to focus on doing work in commercial areas first while businesses are closed, and then residential areas perhaps a little bit later once people are not spending so much time at home once we move into level 2. So a good example of that would be Riccarton Road, for example, where we can really push on with work down there while there's less business activity and traffic activity. Taking the opportunity to do maintenance work on playgrounds while we've got the playgrounds closed, and other facilities such as swimming pools while we've got the swimming pools closed and the pools drained. It certainly makes sense to take the opportunity to be doing maintenance work rather than causing disruption later on. It's easier for the contractors doing the work, and it certainly causes less disruption to users of the facilities or the opening of the facilities. So the primary aim has been to stand up as much work as possible as quickly as possible, accelerate work where there's the opportunity to do that, and really focus on getting activity back into the economy to save jobs, to create jobs, to get on with work where we can while facilities are closed and while business activity is low in a way that really makes sense. The next focus of the group of chairs and deputy chairs will be to look at ways that we can reprioritise the capital programme, or that we might need to reprioritise the capital programme between now and the end of this financial year, and then very quickly move to a focus on looking at the capital programme as we move into decision making for the annual plan, realising that what was being planned is going to need to be reprioritised and changed as we come to making decisions in the annual plan process. So pleased to give that update, and happy to continue to lead this work with the chairs, and obviously further updates will follow.
Thanks very much, Andrew. So I've got Jimmy and Jake, Yanni and Sarah, so I'll try and keep a track on the emails and messages coming through. So Jimmy Chen.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I have 2 questions. The first one is regarding to attachment 2, some of the project. One is the home-based center in here. the staff mentioned is continue with the concept design.
Jimmy,
Yes.
can I just interrupt for a minute? Because I think that it would be unhelpful if all of the councillors are going to raise individual projects. So these are projects.
But their presentation, I just want to know what's the time frame for all those stuff. Concept design, full design will be completed
for all of the
this
projects, or just one specific project? Because if it's one specific project, then I think that it might be more useful that we get an update for the specific project sent through after the fact, because we could be here all day going through 100 different projects. So is it just that one that you want?
But the other one, the other one is the chair of committees, but it's not a committee as a whole. Based on staff presentation, will be brought to back to the business as usual commence on 1st of July. But this transition time period, as a chair, whether we are eligible to engage with the staff regarding to the update status, regarding to the committee, the situation, so and if this eligible, what is a process, what's a channel we can engage with, particular for those the principal advisor.
Again, I didn't really want the public-facing meeting to be talking about the technical detail of how we're going to operate, but I can assure you that council chairs of committees can certainly talk to their principal advisors to talk about the work program and the priorities for the time ahead. So that's something that can be done now, and we will circulate again that advice to councillors so that they are fully aware of what that work might look like, and then as we prepare for both level really for level 2, how that comes back to more of a situation as normal as it can be under the circumstances. So thanks for raising that, Jimmy, but yes,
thank you.
Yes, we'll get you the details of that. Anne Galloway?
Thank you. Kia ora, everyone. Mary, thank you for this fantastic information that you've given us. A couple of things. In terms of lessening the financial impact, can you just clarify, if a person doesn't apply for a rates relief and they're late with their payment, will there be a penalty charged to their account in that situation?
For this one here, it's probably best if I get Diane Brandish, who knows this area, to speak to this one. Diane, are you there?
Good morning, everybody. Diane's not online. This is Len Van Hout speaking. Just for the clarification of that, at this point in time, only those who apply for the extension of time will get the penalty lock. Everybody that has not asked for a penalty lock and are late pay, they will be assessed at that point in time. But understand that until an assessment is agreed, a penalty lock will not be put in place for those accounts.
It may be that people don't realise that they're entitled to apply for relief, so it might be that there's considerable flexibility required in that space.
There's no doubt that will actually be the case.
Right.
It'll be once again on a case-by-case basis, although this is not a thing that's been given lightly, and so therefore we have to ensure that appropriate processes are in place to ensure those who are impacted severely are given every opportunity to extend the payment terms.
Thank you, that's reassuring. And secondly, Mary, as we've seen in other places, there seems to be that we can expect a greater demand on welfare support. I'm wondering about food parcels and things. Where is the resource coming from to supply things like food parcels in the future? How is that funded?
So at the moment, staff and volunteers are doing a lot of the work, but the actual costs of the food parcels will be reimbursed through the Civil Defence Welfare Package. Currently there's some work going on by central government and various welfare teams to actually see what is the longer term strategy around this. And I know that central government are working to actually address some of that. You would have seen some of that in the media already about additional food and food support they're giving out to food banks, and they're actually at the moment looking at about their longer term package.
Thank you.
It's great. Thank you. Jake?
Hey, yeah, thanks for that, Mary. Hey, I just had a question on the governance arrangements. I'm cognizant of the fact that we're in level 3 now for 2 weeks, but that could be extended. I'm wondering whether there'd be a value in placing a hard date on when those community board meetings can resume as normal, given that at level 3, obviously the idea is that if you can work, you should work, and community boards are well placed to resume their duties.
Great. So
you have to work away from you have to work at home unless you can't, so it's still the same rule in that regard. But Mary, over to you.
Yeah. So we're meeting with community boards chairs at the moment, and we will come back with some advice around what happens if a proposal about what happens if level 3 is extended, what potentially some of the delegations that could be reapplied out. But at the moment we're working with 2 weeks and then into level 2, but we will come back with advice if at 2 weeks we're not going into level 2 and we're staying in level 3. So we're doing some work with the community boards and the chairs to get their views on that.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you. Yanni?
Thank you. I just had several questions. One, I just wanted to check in relation to the community board delegations. There would be nothing to stop us giving those back now or setting a date. So if we gave them back, say for the 14th of May, what would be the issue with that if we agreed to do that today?
So that's just the question I've answered just before you came online, Councillor Johansson.
Sorry, let me be clear then. So my understanding is the community board delegations have not been exercised. We certainly have had no use of the other governance making community board decisions, things that would normally come under their delegations. So I'm just not clear what we'd actually be changing, given that we haven't actually used any of those powers to make decisions for community boards in the interim.
So I'm not clear now what you're asking. Sorry, Councillor Johansson.
So if we give the delegations back to the community boards now at a certain time, then that enables them to get prepared for making those decisions. What I'm concerned about is that between now and whenever we come out of level 3, if we haven't given the delegations back, then there's still a confusion about whether things are coming to council or going to community board for decision making.
Yes, so that was the question I answered, that we are intending to talk to community board chairs about this and actually come back with some advice to council quite quickly about what we would do in terms of either if we move to level 2 in 2 weeks, that would be one plan. The plan B is if it's not in 2 weeks, when we would actually move to giving delegations back to community boards. So it's actually so there is no, it's like you saying, we'll come back with advice about setting a date about when we want to do that.
So given that it needs a formal decision of council, would we be able to do that next week? I think the Mayor's previously indicated we've got a meeting next week.
Yes, and I'll talk to John, and because it's John's team that's doing this, but I believe there's a meeting with community board chairs early next week. So we do want to talk to the chairs first before giving some advice to council or that decision being made. So we want to talk to the governance teams to make sure they're able to stand up the boards and the board chairs to make sure they're comfortable with that timeline. And we'll come back with some advice as soon as possible.
Right, and in the interim, are there any community board decisions that will then come to the full council to exercise our delegations or to the chief executive?
Not that I'm aware of, but we are going through those meetings.
Can you get me in? Mary, Mayor John Filsell here. I am aware of one decision that would have been made by the Linwood Central Health Community Board, which is currently scheduled to come to Council on the 30th of April, regarding the consideration of parking restrictions in Perth Street.
Yeah, sorry about that. That's right.
Okay. And the second question was in regards to, in your report, you've talked about the recycling, the curbside services, just in the attachment that we've got, the council report. And it says at 9.3, opening transfer stations if we can meet requirements for safe operation and contact tracing. Just to be clear, my understanding is that if people have been like keeping stuff that was going to go in the recycling bin that would have went to landfill, that they still won't be able to take that to the eco drop. In terms of plastics and glass, they have to put it in the yellow bin.
So we can give out some details, but also Helen Beaumont, who's on the line, may want to speak around these arrangements. Are you okay, Helen?
Yes, it's Helen here. So, Yanni, that's true. We're opening the transfer stations first for general rubbish and for green waste, and then 2 weeks later we'll open them for card, plastics and glass. So in those first 2 weeks people will have to use their yellow bins.
Right, and is there any particular reason why? Given that if people have done the right thing in terms of, you know, not wanting to put stuff to landfill and have been saving up their recycling separated, clean, not contaminated, why we wouldn't allow them to drop it off?
That is exactly the reason why. People have been saving things up, they've been clearing out their garages, they've been tidying up their gardens, and there's an enormous demand out there. So for the first 2 weeks we're going to deal with the rubbish and the green waste, and then we'll open for the recycling materials. We cannot cope with everything all at once. And even doing it in a staged opening, I think we should expect some congestion and some frustration, but we're trying to manage that as best we can.
Right, okay, thanks. I just wanted to check, thanks for the list of the projects. One of the things that's not clear is the time frame. So for Victoria Street and Hereford Street, while I appreciate we'd want to possibly do some of that work while businesses are not able to operate, it's hard to get a sense of when they can reopen. What the disruption will be. Is there any analysis that's gone into that?
Yanni, I am going to interrupt just on this one because it's exactly the same issue as I raised with Jimmy Chen. All of these issues are being dealt with and in detail. I mean, obviously, some of these decisions are taken in consultation with the actual businesses that are going to be affected, but all of this needs to be reported back in terms of a discussion that took place last night. So the working group only met last night to go through those. We're getting stuff underway next Tuesday, so we're supporting and facilitating that. There's no point going through individual project after project after project. The information that you want will be supplied to you, and that information can be provided after the meeting when people have got time.
Can I just be clear then, who's communicating back to the stakeholders? Like for Woolston, for example, where they've had leaders...
Yanni, please don't do this at a public meeting. I'd just like you to just take it offline. I can assure you that the Woolston businesses are not affected by the immediate decision, and that certainly the Victoria Street businesses, they're all going to be spoken to. So people are going to be communicated with, and it'll be a combination of contractors and council staff. So sure. Can we just take it offline and we'll get that information?
I really appreciate the detailed list. There's lots of specifics on there, and I really appreciate that. The huge gap for me, the one project that's missing, which is a massive project, is the Woolston one. There is no information on that.
And it's missing for a reason, and that reason needs to be talked through.
So, and just to give, the Mayor is 100% correct. We've clearly what the working group gave us the other night was a mandate to go and do some of those negotiations. So we will come back with specifics of details around dates once those negotiations are done. One of the other directions that the working group gave us was around to make sure we communicate this with widely with the public, as well as those negotiations with the key stakeholders. So we will be doing that widespread communication and also those negotiations. Certainly Richard Osborne can give you some advice offline rather than actually delay the meeting around both those projects you've
put in
mentioned.
last Friday to get an understanding, and I still haven't had a response. So,
So he will contact you directly.
Yeah, great.
Right,
Look forward
Sarah.
to it.
Thank you. And I know that we've focused on the relief for our commercial tenants, and it was really good. I went back over the resolution to check, and it was community and sports groups as well who will be who lease council facilities and things. One group I think that might be struggling at the moment is those with the community loans. So many of our community organisations with community loans who won't be getting any income at the moment to help pay back those loans to council. And I'm just wondering if any work's been done with them to help ease that, or if there's flexibility already in place.
John, would you answer that one?
Yes, I can. The funding team and the community development team have been in contact with over 200 organisations, including organisations who do have community loans. Will be looking at any undue hardship. We always take a flexible approach. If there are any particular difficulties, they'll be reported up to the relevant committee along with some recommendations. It's always been the policy of council to be enabling and flexible to get the desired outcome from the community loan in the first instance, rather than take a punitive approach. So we're contacting, we're understanding.
Yeah, but we've already been really proactive with our commercial tenants and the other community and sports groups over their rental stuff. I'm just wondering if there's something that we could do that was proactive and say we could, stop loan repayments for 3 months, that kind of thing at the same time.
I just want to interject there is that we were proactive with those tenants because we knew they were closing.
Absolutely.
We've taken a more pragmatic approach with this because some people aren't affected and some people are. So we want to target the support that we have to those who are affected rather than blanket.
Okay, no, that's great. Thank you.
I think it's a useful point, though, that Sarah's making, Mary, and it's just, I guess, a note to self is that councillors are going to want to be doing a lot of supportive stuff in both the business space, the commercial space, and in the the residential groups or the community groups that are sort of linked into the council in some way, shape, or form. And I think that's very sensible to raise that in that context.
And that's when that comes back with the community loan stuff, when it does come, just making sure that we look at that that community loan percentage interest rate that we charge currently, because it's currently a set percentage. And we talked about this, I think, late last year, to make sure it was until our
finances are clear to us. I think that everyone's going to be in a bit of a state of flux.
Yeah.
Aaron, and then Mike and Tim.
So I've got two questions, Mary. First up is who made the call on us working remotely under level 3?
That is advice that we're given to you today.
Okay,
so
because
you asked for that advice, and we're giving it to you today. It's up to you. The decision is yours, but that is our advice.
Oh, okay. So as a council, we could decide that we would rather work using social distancing, etc., and work from in council.
Yes, except I don't believe it complies with alert level 3. The alert level 3 is very clear that if you can work remotely, you are to continue to work remotely, and that there shouldn't be gatherings over 10 people. So, so that's why I don't think it applies. I have checked with other councils, and other councils at this stage, from what I say, are continuing to work remotely in level 3.
Okay, but I did see that. You must work remotely unless you're unable to. I think a number of us don't feel that we can. That
the running of a city is an essential service and is so important, especially at this time when we can end up in quite a hole if we're not really on top of our game. So how would we get around that, and will it be coming to some sort of vote to whether we do work level 3 at council or not?
Is the DH, can I just interject and ask you, is the DHB working remotely or are they meeting in the room?
We haven't had that discussion since the level 3 announcements were made.
Right. So we can assume that they'll be moving into a meeting room. I mean, I can check with the chair today. I'll do that.
Yeah. Well, if I had a vote, I would say yes. I think the running of a city is an essential service.
Yanni,
you allow 100 people in a supermarket.
Sorry. Why should I call you Yanni? Aaron, we're not making any decisions in the next 2 weeks that impact on our annual plan, as far as I'm aware. So we're not making the annual plan decisions, for example. So in terms of running the city, I think that is a phrase that is used. We've got the organisation that is running the services that the city provides, but from a governance perspective, I want us to get together because we do need to eyeball each other and have good quality conversations as we discuss the information that we're going to be basing our decision making on. But we're not making those decisions right now. So I don't see that there's an item on this on the resolutions that we have in front of us that says that we could overturn the advice of staff, and I mean I would want further advice if that were the case, and maybe we could take that as a resolution that we seek further advice, legal advice as to the interpretation of the requirements, because the last thing that we want to do is, I mean, we have to also model good behaviour. So I mean that's the counter to that point.
Yeah, absolutely. I just see the running of a city as an essential service. You know, we allow 100 people in a supermarket to buy chips and lollies and a bit of fruit, but
we're not running the city.
Running a city.
I think that's my point, is that you can use a phrase like running the city. The organisation is running the essential services. I agree that governance is essential and it's not ideal to do it remotely, but we actually can do it remotely, the decisions that are on our table at the moment. So I'm not going to take a vote today as to whether we accept the advice or not, because there isn't a resolution that's been tabled. But I'm happy to bring it back next week as part of the COVID-19 report, that we actually take a decision based on both the advice that we've received from staff and independent advice, if that's what you're asking for as well, in order to make the decision next week. But I'm not going to take a vote on a matter of this substance without proper advice and debate. And at the moment, we're not having a proper debate, we're having a disagreement.
Well, more than happy to receive that information next week. I believe Parliament are meeting next week, and I always try to model my good behaviour based on their good behaviour, so I'll look to see how that goes.
Parliament also makes decisions that take effect in terms of the implementation, and they have a cabinet style, a government that makes those decisions that are implemented by Parliament. So it's a slightly different set of circumstances. The cabinet have been meeting remotely, and I presume that they are going to exercise some degree of caution around who's in the room and who's not. So we will get further advice and we'll bring it to the meeting next week.
That'll be great. Now, I had one other question, Mary, and I don't know whether it should be coming from Council or Christchurch NZ, but we don't control them, we work with them. And given that we're New Zealand's second largest city, are we directly lobbying the government over the support for small business, medium business? Because beyond the wage support, there really has been nothing. And there's the fixed costs. And as a council, we are affected by those fixed costs because one of them is rates, even though compared to rent and everything else, it's not a big one, but it's still one of the costs. It's something that they're not addressing, and as a city, I feel we should be stepping up for all of our medium and small businesses as a council and saying, hey, look, small and medium business really needs some support. Can you lift your game? How do we go about that?
So if I could get Dawn to answer this question, because she's working with Christchurch NZ on the economic strategy.
Thank you, Ben. I'm sure that the board members who sit on Christchurch NZ will probably want to comment as well. Aaron, you're right. It's how do we have and continue to have dialogue with central government. It's important that we are showcasing what the challenges are, and we are working with Christchurch NZ. Christchurch NZ are also working with central government departments and talking to them very regularly about what the issues are that are facing. But if there are some more specific things, I'd be very happy to talk to you offline about those.
Yeah, because one of the big ones is the government have told all businesses to close, and then there's zero compensation for closing your doors. And even to hear an MP this week saying that businesses should have the money put away. I don't recall the government having the money put away to shut down the country for 7 weeks. I think they're borrowing it themselves.
Just in case, Councillor Huron, you're not aware, I would suggest that you do go onto that website on MSD where you can actually search for different businesses and see how much they've been compensated so far. It's actually quite a useful thing to go in and look, and you can see the level of compensation that they've received from the government, and that may give you a feel about whether more or less is needed. But it's an interesting website to look at. I'll send you the link.
Yeah, if some have got rent subsidies, I'd love to see it, because all the feedback I've got is that none have, and yet they've been forced to close their doors. So yeah, I'll have a look. Thank you.
Yeah, and I don't think that the government isn't necessarily the only one that's intervening in this space in terms of the subsidy that's been paid. And I've spoken to a number of landlords who have told me that they have very specifically looked after their tenants that they want to have up and running as soon as they possibly can, and they've given them a rent break for the time being, and are then looking at a reduction that then is paid back over time. So, look, everyone's trying really hard to deal with what is a very difficult situation, and everyone has a different role to play in that. And I don't think we're going to look to central government to solve all of the problems. And as the point that I've made a couple of times this week that's been utterly misrepresented in certain places, is that there are some businesses that are going to go out of business, and I think our job is also to do everything that we can to minimise that number. And even if you were to cut the rental and to cut the rates, they're still going to go out of business. And to me, we've got to think of other more strategic ways and work in collaboration with others in order to get those on the table. But look, what I think, to get people surviving rather, what I think that we should do, and again I'll take this offline with the Chief Executive, but there's a lot more work being done to tease out the economic recovery strategy as part of the wider recovery plan for Christchurch and beyond. So I think that we need to bring that to the council next week, and I've been meaning to report back up from my paper, but in a way it's the time is right that we really focus on what that recovery is going to look like. So, and I'm the biggest supporter of the SME sector. I think I've said it on a squillion occasions now that big business might be important from the nation's point of view, but the backbone of a local economy are our SMEs, and we have to be doing everything that we can to support them to stay afloat. I've got Mike and then Tim.
Thank you. Just wanted to ask a quick question. You spoke about that you're going to have a discussion with the community board chairs, but I'm just wondering, like, there's some really good information, I guess, around timeframes for delegations and what community boards are doing. Will that information be going out to all community board members today?
Which information? The information that on those attachments 1 and 2?
Yes.
Yes, we can definitely make attachment 1 and 2 available to community boards.
Great, thank you.
Tim?
Thank you, good morning. Just 3 quick questions. Mary, fantastic that our staff have been ringing for, I think you said up to 3,000 residents over 70. I was just wondering, the disability sector, is that included in that, or is that to be done, or is that being done by those groups that specifically look after those areas in our community?
Yes, we're trying to get a hold of MSD again, tried earlier this week, and it's on the list to do today again, is to actually talk to them with the suggestion that we do that outreach now to that sector. We have people available to do that and did the over 70s very quickly and efficiently, but we would need the data from Ministry of Social Development, so we're going to be making contact with them to discuss that with them.
Thank you very much, Mary. Second question, under level 3, although the Prime Minister said no inter-regional travel, but we're opening up the Botanic Gardens, I guess we have to be very careful to remind people that there's still isolation and still to stay home if possible. But how do we kind of relay that? Because the last thing we would really want to be encouraging is a mass exodus, if you like, from homes of stir-crazy people going to the Botanic Gardens. So, I mean, I'm just concerned about that. Is that a valid question or concern, or what are your thoughts?
Absolutely, and we actually have Andrew on the line. So Andrew, I know that you've got thoughts in place around that. So are you able to answer that, Andrew Rutledge?
Sure, good morning, councillors. No, it is a good question. The government advice also recommends that, you can drive up to 45 minutes, so it's a good question. Literally, we're simply going to monitor presence in the gardens and social distancing practices. We will have our staff on board, and if need be, and we do have to control access and or reconsider whether it should be open or not, we'll do that when we see the level of activity.
Thank you very much for that one. The final one, and I guess maybe it's an offline conversation, Mary, with John Filzell, but we talked before about community loans and council loans. There are a number of groups that we've got, or organisations that we've got, a couple of which are iconic to our city, that have loans, and I'm just wondering about relief to them, because in, say, the conference events market, etc., these are designed to have venues of large numbers of people come to. Now, when we see artists, doing concerts and things online, it isn't supporting the venues, it isn't supporting the crews, because every time you have someone on stage, there could be up to 25 people that support them getting on stage. So, I'm just wondering, is it the best to talk offline to John or whoever with regards to these?
Yes, so these are some of the groups that we are being in contact with. I think it would be good, you'd have some insight and some knowledge, so it would be good if you could talk offline. We will be coming back with some advice around some of these issues, and it's particularly in those, I know who you're referring to, and I think we do have to do some work and come back with some advice about these and other groups. So, but yeah, if you give some more details to John or somebody from John's team, that would be great.
Okay, well, John, I'll catch you up later on today. Cheers, mate.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you very much. So we come now to the resolution, and I've just asked Joe to put an amendment on the recommendation so that we receive the update from the COVID-19 Incident Management Team lead. And now I can't read that because I've made my screen so small, but essentially noting that we will consider further advice on the level 3 requirements for council meetings next week. Is that what it says?
Yes, it is. Request further
Yep.
advice from staff on the level 3 requirements for council meetings at the council meeting on the 30th of April.
Lovely, thank you. So I'll move that.
Sorry, just a question on that. Could that be extended to include the community board delegation issue that we discussed?
If they're in a position to,
if possible, or something like
yeah,
that.
if possible, yeah, no, that's fine.
I don't. Does anyone know what that meeting's for? Like, is there a big agenda, or is it just a?
No, we've only just looked at the agenda for it, but I'll send that out to you later on today once we've got a complete picture of everything that we're going to report to. So
Okay.
I mean, it's just been a bit of a moving feast. I've tried to manage agenda length because these meetings are very difficult to hold this way, and I've tried to manage the agenda in a way. And next week was a week that didn't have a council meeting in it, so we've thrown one in there as well. So so has that been added to the words that we've got?
We're going to add to that including community board delegations if available.
Yes.
If possible.
Okay. Yeah, if possible. It probably is possible, but I just want to give a little bit of comfort to staff that, that I know that they're meeting with the community board chairs, so there's a few things that we just want to just allow people breathing space to get it right. If I'll move that, do I have a seconder for it? Sorry, I can't see you all, so I need to bring up my screen. Oh, well, I can't see everyone. That. Who's that?
That was Aaron.
Right, thank you. Right, Aaron Kewen is seconded, so I shall put that motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say no. That's carried. That's lovely. Thank you very much. Now, look, I'm actually going to propose that we have a short break. I mean, these are difficult meetings, and I know that people will want. I've been watching somebody having a coffee very jealously. So we'll just take 10 minutes. So it's 11:06 according to my computer. So we'll start at 11:15. So that's actually 9 minutes. All right. If you could just.
All yours.
Thank you very much, and welcome back everyone who's joining us by live stream this morning. We're about to start item 13, which is the short-term financing options for growing social housing. We have two councillors that are on the board of the Ototahi Community Housing Trust, and so of course they are not able to participate in the discussion or the decision, and so I'll be handing over to Bruce Rendell, I believe, Head of Facilities, who will be taking us through the paper. Thank you, Bruce.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So the paper presents a proposal whereby Council uses funding from central government to build new social housing. Council itself is not eligible for that funding, but the Ototahi Community Housing Trust is. Ototahi has proposals and projects ready to go on and the land to undertake the work. Unfortunately, they're not in a position to finance the projects, and that's where Council can step in to assist. And that would work on the basis of Council borrowing money and then on-lending that to Ototahi. Ototahi would then pay back over the life of the contracts they have with government, and the costs and the repayments will meet all of Council's costs and deliver a proposal that has at no cost to ratepayers. Probably the key decision you have today is the decision on whether or not to borrow, and you are facing some significant financial pressures. I believe that the finance team has circulated information earlier this week with details of the borrowing headroom that you've got and the ability whether or not we can do this. From the point of view of looking at with a housing hat on, this proposal helps increase the numbers of units and helps rebuild our stock to pre-earthquake levels. It helps meet current demand. There is an existing waiting list within Christchurch, and it's possible that current circumstances means that waiting list may increase. Produces a no cost to ratepayers solution, and also get some jobs happening. For those who might have been expecting to see public housing and social housing in some of our capital bids for the government, we understand from the government that there are separate streams for social housing, which is what we are working to include this in, and that's why it hasn't gone through the Infrastructure Commission process as well. So I'll stop there and ready to answer any questions that might come my way.
Well, I think it would be helpful to get the finance team to speak to the headroom issue, because I know that that's where councillors were expressing concern, and that's perfectly justifiable. So if whoever's speaking for the finance team, that would be great. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good morning, councillors. It's Carol and Lena here. Carol, would you like me to speak to this, or would you like to speak?
I didn't think you were Carol.
Yes, Len, I think your sound quality might be better than mine, so if you could proceed. Thank you.
That's fine now, Carol. You're perfect.
Oh, okay. All right. So perhaps I'll make some opening comments and then invite Len to join in. The issue we have is around the amount of debt headroom that we have, and you'll recall that when we were doing our long-term plan we talked about that peaking in 2024, and the headroom is for our debt is what enables us to, if there are future events like earthquakes, to be able to respond. And you'll know that as a council we must cover the first 40% of the costs of any event, so that the central government will then cover the remaining 60%. So our current debt levels with the peak at 2024 result in 200 million of headroom. With the current COVID pressures and desire to be reducing rates, that's put much further pressure on the debt headroom. And then in addition to that, there's the possibility that CCHL may want to borrow direct rather than going through us. So with all of those factors in, we could be looking at a debt headroom of only 90 million. Now, this request for a further 25 million for the council housing project would leave us with only 65 million for the next 5 years. And from a financial prudency point of view, I do have significant concerns around that. Leon, is there anything further you wanted to add?
Yeah, we've been working with the facilities team for near on 6 to 9 months on these proposals, whereby when we looked at all of the priorities at that point in time, obviously COVID-19 had not occurred. So therefore, we need to be relatively sure that what priorities we have, the social housing, is either on that list or not on that list. And then it becomes a simple, yes, it is on that list, and yes, it is a mechanism to get people back into jobs if that's what it ends up being. The question is that in 2024, we're assuming the stadium will go ahead, which is the biggest impact on our debt ceiling levels. If that gets shifted either forward or backwards, that headroom changes over time. This 25 million is anticipated to be out there for at least 20 years. The agreement with the Crown for Ōtautahi is basically up to 25 years, I believe, and so therefore they'll be paying that back as they receive their the rental subsidies and the money from that over time. So yes, we will be hitting that headroom. Yes, 65 million is likely to be all we'll have, and so therefore it means that if there are any other shocks, we be able to meet our obligations.
I just wonder if the decision that we're confronted with here today is quite that stark. Do we prioritise social housing over other things? My question is do we unlock central government funding that is available for social housing and isn't available through any other means? So we probably would have included social housing in the Crown Infrastructure Partners bid or request for proposals if we weren't looking at other options that were available for social housing. I mean, Crown Infrastructure Partners made it pretty clear that they're interested in unlocking residential subdivisions that are locked up for some reason, even if they're private sector ones, if there's a public benefit. But I didn't get that sense in relation to social housing that we were opening up that area. So I just wonder if the choice really is that stark, and I'm not sure, Dawn, did you want to leap in? Because in a way we're going to get housing advice and we're going to get finance advice, but we don't unlock any central government funding ourselves. We can't, and the only way that we unlock it for housing is through the Ōtautahi community housing.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think the advice that Carol has given is the factual position at the point in time, and I think you need to be aware of that. This, for me, you're absolutely right in the sense that this is unlocking government funding that we cannot access ourselves, and it doesn't put pressure on the rates. I hope you're hearing me okay. The fundamental then becomes, as we're moving to the annual plan and the LTP, is genuinely looking at what is in our headroom and exactly what it is that the council wishes to invest in going forward. So knowing if you were making this decision today, you had locked up a percentage of your capital and your headroom borrowing, and we would need to be looking, how do we ensure we protect our 40% position in case of other incidences and things hitting the city. We would need to take that into consideration. So it's being fully aware of that position. But you will have choices going forward as a council as we look at our capital programme.
But in terms of the risk and resilience question that we've set really as the overarching framework for our LTP, we're actually looking at whether we've what risk we transfer, what risk we hold, and what risk we can mitigate. And of course, our infrastructure is in a much better position today than it was prior to the 2010 earthquake that started the sequence and then carried through on February 22nd. So the following year. So I think we're in a slightly different position, well, significantly different position than we were in back then.
That is true, but we still need to be just aware of the situation.
No, and I'm not objecting to the awareness. Now, I've got lots of questions. So I've got Jimmy, Pauline, Sam, Sarah, Mike, Aaron, Andrew, Melanie. So let's work through those. Jimmy Chen.
Okay, yeah, 2 questions. Thank you, Mayor. First one regarding to the 2.D. Staff particularly mentioned the $2 million out of $25 million for developing plan and the funding application for further 54 units. So my question is, so where is the funding confirmed for the further construction release of 54 units? Is from the future council long-term plan, or try to seek in some other source of the funders? That's the first question.
So I can answer that. So and what we're working towards is funds that are existing in places that are existing in the government's current budget, and those would be the ones that we would seek to build now. We've also got strong indications from MHUD that there are additional places coming up in the next budget. We wanted to be ready to be able to proceed to access those as well. So there's about 130 places for Christchurch that could be got in the current budget, and potentially another 100 to 130 in next year's budget as well. So that's where that funding source would be.
Okay, thank you. Second question is paragraph 4.1. So what's the time frame that the target for the social housing? Those kind of unit, the members will be decided. The numbers will be decided, because at the moment, based on the stuff you mentioned, we established the social housing strategy. We are estimate those the numbers. When 4.1.
So if sorry, partly cut out there, Councillor Chen, but if I get this right, you're looking to know when we would establish a target through the social housing strategy.
Yes, yes.
That needs to come back to the council. If you remember, we did have a preliminary briefing on it before the COVID-19 lockdown, and there was a request for a workshop to be held with councillors to explore the matters in more depth. That, because of the circumstances, has not been able to be had yet, and is still required before we can complete the documentation and then bring it forward to council for approval for consultation. So I can't give you a time frame yet because of the uncertainties associated with the COVID-19 situation.
Okay,
but as soon as we can get that certainty, we'll pass that on to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your answer. Yes.
Thank you very much. Pauline Cotter.
Thank you. I just wonder how much these units are per unit. Do you know? I guess there'll be a mixture of 1 and 2 bedrooms, so then be.
That's not very clear, Pauline. Sorry, I'm going to intervene. I can't understand what you're saying. You're breaking up a bit. Do you want to switch your video off for a minute and ask your question again?
Yep. Is that better? Is that better?
Not much.
How about,
Try again.
How about if I email my question through? Can't hear you at all now.
Oh, sorry. We'll email them through to the group list and we'll get them.
Yeah, I'll do that.
For you. Okay, thank you. Sam McDonald.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Bruce. Probably a follow-on from Jimmy in terms of the funding. So we're obviously, there's a provision in the recommendation for the design work for a next phase, and I appreciate the government will fund or there's a funding round. Did you mean that they would fund them fully, or would it be the same arrangement as what we would be agreeing to today? So I guess the point I'm making is we would potentially loan 25 mil today. Are they going to come back in a year's time and ask for more when our headroom is relatively tight? So can you just talk me through that?
Yeah. Where we want to head to through the long-term planning process is put in front of you the option for having a consistent ability to take advantage of these government opportunities into the future. So yes, there is that potential that through the long-term plan there will be a request that you'll have to consider and make a decision on about having an ongoing borrowing stream to be able to meet the targets or any target that you might choose to set through the social housing strategy. But that does not necessarily mean it's a cumulative adding on of 30 million plus 25 plus 25 plus 25, for instance. One of the proposals that we're looking to develop is that it's a standing amount that can be borrowed up to, and as repayments are made, the facility is there that it can be further drawn down for new developments. So that's certainly one option that is being worked on, but no decisions have been made, and we'll have to come back to council before we do any, before you make any decisions on that. There are other options that we're exploring, but they're in early days and not appropriate for discussion at this stage as well. But those also would look to see if we can get the borrowing away from council and to other parties. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. It makes a wee bit more comfort. The second one was around, and I think you may have answered in that you're doing work on it at the moment, but can you just, I guess, confirm that for me? There's a lot of, or there are properties within the council portfolio which are currently not used, and I just look at, and not necessarily being an answer of borrowing more, but actually disposing of or transferring them to the trust. Can you just, I guess, even confirm for me that you're looking at doing that to try and, I guess, not look at just one option of borrowing more, but use the balance sheet we've got and underutilised assets?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are looking at, particularly in the housing portfolio, the potential disposal of properties where it's not economically feasible to get them up to today's standards, and then, but rather than necessarily using the return from that, one of the considerations, and again it will all be subject to council decisions rather than just a recommendation from office, the considerations that the use.
Sorry, Bruce, you've turned a Dalek now. Bruce, I'm sorry, really sorry, but you're cutting out. No, that's no good. No good, definitely a Dalek. Yeah, sorry. We're going to have to find a way of getting him back online because people have got substantial questions. Can you back out, Bruce, and dial back in? I can't. Yeah, okay. I'm assume that he's gone now. Did anyone have it? I've got Aaron, Andrew, Melanie. I've got Pauline, but Pauline's questions need to be answered by Bruce. Has anyone got any of the finance questions or questions of Dawn that could be answered in the meantime? Aaron, Andrew, Melanie, or Pauline, or should we? Sorry, Pauline. I can see Aaron, Andrew, and Melanie. Is there anyone that had a finance question?
Yes. Yeah, it's Melanie.
Who's it? Oh, Melanie. Far away.
Great. I was just wanting to understand the debt revenue ratios because they're often expressed as percentages, and just could we have explained like what the maximum sort of percentage is, how that gets decided, and if there's any potential changes, because I think I've heard something about that discussed. So could that be answered?
Sure. Melanie, this is Carol here. I'll just check that everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can. Yep. That's fine.
Great. So the limit on our net debt revenue ratio is 250%. So when I was speaking earlier, I talked about the different levels that we got to, and I was talking about the peak at 228% in 2024 as a result of the multi-use arena, and that was all before any pre-COVID impacts. When I was looking at having 90 million left, that was looking at sitting at about 240%. Now you'll recall that for those who were here when we did the last last long-term plan, we had a lot of debate around how high we were comfortable in letting those levels go. And at the time we talked around 220, 225 being our kind of absolute top limit. And we did end up going just slightly above that at the 228. So sitting at that 240% or higher just really is not a financially prudent position to be in.
So how does that 250% get set? Because I think some councils go over that amount as far as I can tell. And is there any murmurings about that changing? Or can you explain about where the 250 comes from?
So the limit is the limit that is set in our financial strategy, which is a document we agree as part of the long-term plan. It is also based on our local government funding agency covenants that we have as well. And so we can't access local government funding agency funds if we're above that limit.
Great. Okay, thanks for that, Carol.
That was very helpful. Thanks very much for both the question and the response. Thank you.
Deanne, I'm back online now.
That's great. Look, I'm going to ask you the two questions that came through from Pauline, and then we're heading back to. Actually, Pauline's after. No, she was before Sam. So I'll just go. How long will it take for the 85 units to be built? And the other question does seem to assume something that I don't think is correct, which is, will there be income to council once they're built, assuming they'll be leased to the trust? But my answer is, my recollection is that from the paper is that it's OCHT that will own them, but it is the return on our loan that will generate. It'll generate a return, won't it? It won't just be there. But anyway, how long will the 85 units take to build, and will there be income to council once they're built?
Yeah. So in terms of the first, the worst case is an 18 months to completion, but we expect that most of those would be completed in 12 months based on where we are with the planning cycles and the funding cycles. And so that would add to those that are currently complete or under construction at the moment. In terms of the return to council, the report presupposes that they are owned by the trust, so that council gets back the loan plus any costs that it requires or faces, but the trust will, and they would then be looking to reinvest that any surplus they get in the maintenance and upgrade of units, building new units, and also providing services to tenants. So we'd still get the same outcome, but it just would not be delivered by council. It would be delivered by our strategic community partner, Otatahi Community Housing Trust.
That's great. Look, thank you. And we'll go back to Sam McDonald. Would you like to ask your question again? No, you've turned into a Dalek. Where are you? I can't see you.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm fine. Yeah, mine have been asked and answered. So.
You're all good? Okay. Yep. Aaron Kewen.
Hello?
Aaron? Yes.
Oh, yeah, great. I'm coming through. So I've got two questions. So I'm not sure who wants to answer them, but the first one is the around our debt ceiling and our limit. That it leaves us with a very narrow window, like you say, the 65 million. If something else comes up in the next few years, which puts us to the wall again, and we don't know the outcome of COVID fully yet, or the recovery coming out of this, how long the tail's going to be, so on and so forth. There's a lot of crystal ball going on. If we do this and end up in that position of the 65 million, do we have the option later on, if something else comes up in Christchurch that we need to be able to extend our borrowing, that we can then sell the trust to recoup the money? Or can we sell that debt? I mean, is there a way around this?
Yeah.
Is there
So
an
I can
outline?
answer in terms of selling the trust, and no, because we don't own the trust. They are a separate, independent organisation, so we're not in a position there. But I'd leave it to my finance colleagues to talk about the probably more likely option of selling that debt.
Yeah, is that an option?
It's Len here. One of the things that Bruce alluded to earlier was that we have considered a number of funding options for social housing, using internal CCOs, Crown-controlled organisations, and other options, including private sector investment. All of these items are still on the table. So therefore, there might be options whether or not the ultimate cost of these delivery may be within another entity, but delivering the outcomes we want through OCHT.
Okay. So then my other question, which is around the debt as well, when I heard, and I don't know the full story, so it's only, it's potentially grasping at straws, but always worth a go. When Minister Robertson, because of COVID the other week, announced businesses being able to take on loans and the government would guarantee them or underwrite them, is the trust able to do that? Use a government guarantee rather than a council one because of what was said, or not?
Yeah.
I
don't know. Yeah, I don't know the specifics of that, but the key, one of the key factors that impacts the trust's ability to borrow is that when council capitalise the trust, we set them up with a $5 million gift and then a $45 million loan of properties and buildings. And the reason for that was that the council wanted the ability in certain circumstances to recover the assets, and those kind of circumstances are if the trust was to become insolvent, in situations like that, and under the charitable trust legislation they can't transfer those assets back to council if we've completely gifted them. So that requires the trust to come back to council in a simplified fashion. It requires the trust to come back to council every time they wish to borrow. But what we've already seen from looking at that is that commercial banks want the trust to give first priority over assets, and we've actually seen also over revenue streams to the commercial banks. And that's not just over the new assets that are being constructed, but over the existing council assets that the trust controls. And that's a situation that is completely unacceptable. We could face the risk of not getting any income at all from the portfolio. So that restriction is probably the biggest and hardest one that the trust faces for loans. So even if the government guarantee applied, would need to see, does it work with the specific arrangements that occur over that $45 million loan arrangement we already have in place with them.
Okay, and then finally, Bruce, because I'm a square meterage guy, the 25 million, how many units does that buy? It's not just 85, is it? Like, where does all the money go?
So this the 25 consists of covering the 85 plus, I think, from the report, 2 million for design for the next lot of for units as well. So I think that in terms of the costings that we're seeing that the trust has got for its current lot of projects, that they have been reasonable in the sense of where we know that other costings are for what we've built ourselves, and they're around about, I'm just going off the top of my head, back from my memory here, about 220,000 per unit, per one-bedroom unit. We'd like to still try and move and drop that further if we can. So there's constant work being done to see if we can take costs out. But at the same time, we're also working to try and increase the standard given broader community concerns about the standard of social housing that you might see from time to time in the media.
Right, yeah, so if the 2 million's for planning for the others, that leaves 23 million, so that's now 270 per unit for the 85. I take it that they're a passive building at that cost.
There's certainly Green Star 6. They've, because we don't just concentrate on the environmental aspects, there's also, we build to LifeMark equivalency. So there's those kind of aspects in there, definitely.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Andrew and Tim.
Okay, so my questions relate to the financial side of this. And I'm interested in the assumptions that have been made in arriving at that $65 million headroom figure, particularly around any changes to timing of stadium. And I think I heard earlier that the assumption is that stadium would continue to be delivered as planned and according to existing timing projections. LGFA covenants. Is there any discussion going on at the moment, and is there any view about how those LGFA covenants might change as a result of what all councils are facing as a result of COVID-19? And I'm also interested in any assumptions that may have been made around rating levels in arriving at that $65 million figure. So just a bit of further commentary around those aspects I think would be quite useful.
Perhaps I could start making some comments, and then I might invite Dawn to make some further comments. So I do need to say to you that at the moment we're in unprecedented times. Things are changing and evolving rapidly, and there will be some decisions that will come to you as part of the annual plan process around timing of large projects, and there will be options and scenarios for you to consider. At this point in time, the LGFA covenants, I'm not aware of any processes underway to change those, so I think we need to be considering those as a firm cap. And I perhaps might invite Dawn if she wants to make any further comments.
Thank you, Carol, and thank you, Andrew. So it's really reiterating what I said earlier on, but maybe need to be a bit more explicit. We are now moving into a completely new world, so we are going to have to look at all of our projects that we borrow for, not just one or the other. So in reality, we would be able, as a council, through annual plan and then into LTP, you would be looking at that with a fresh pair of eyes. My reflection to you as a council and your strategic aims, actually this is a proposal that draws down government money, that provides housing to the people who are most vulnerable in society. It accesses resources we cannot access, and we are looking at other opportunities for future ability to build, which doesn't go onto our balance sheet. And finally, it does not go onto the bottom line for us. So in some ways, it's a timing issue, I would say, Andrew, in the sense of we could have been doing this as part of the whole package of your choices around the capital programme. then I suspect you would probably want to do this. The point, the timing doesn't allow us, if I'm right, Bruce. So here we are now, and we can't bring forward the capital debate until we work through all of the work we need to do together as governance and as the senior team. But we can make choices that enables us to make sure we've got the right comfort in the headroom moving forward, but we will need to do that with our elected members.
Did you have anything else, Andrew?
Just an answer as to the rating assumption that was made in arriving at the $65 million figure. The rate increase assumptions.
Andrew, it's Carol here. There were some assumptions made around that, but we also know that the COVID impacts for council are significant, and that the impact of potential and likely reductions on the CCHL dividends will be significant. Yeah. So I think all of those assumptions are sort of up in the air at the moment, but what we do know is that there will be pressure on that headroom, and that prudence and caution is required at this time. And as Dawn talked about earlier, wanting to look at the big picture of all your other capital projects and priorities.
Yeah, no, I understand all of that, but the question remains, what assumption was made around rates increases in arriving at the $65 million figure?
Or is the $65 million figure relevant anymore?
Indeed.
And I guess that's what I'm sort of signalling to you, that things are so fluid at the moment that the ability to keep headroom is actually probably the more important thing than what the actual figures are.
All right, thank you.
But there are alternative means that you are all looking at as to whether another funding option can be created that this decision wouldn't stand in the way of, but would just simply transfer to if we agreed. Is that right?
That's correct.
I'm seeing Len nod. Bruce.
Yeah, it's correct. So we are looking at a financing mechanism that could be off balance sheet, but that will take some time to develop, and it's not a quick fix. In an immediate need for, immediate opportunity where there is government funding available now and potential demand to drive it forward. So, but we will still continue that work and keep councillors informed of that work.
Yeah.
Mayor, I'd also add, sorry, may I just add as well, I think my nervousness would be greater if it wasn't 25 million. We're not talking about a massive amount of money. It's not 200 or 300 million.
Yeah, I mean, for most people, $25 million does feel like a massive amount of money. And I mean, I know what you're saying, that in the context of government guaranteeing the rental component, which actually gives the return that's required to service the $25 million, it's not significant in that regard. I mean, if we're going to be that far off the headroom required, then we're going to be far off it regardless of 25 million is what you mean, rather than $25 million isn't a massive amount of money, because it is.
Absolutely.
Anyway, I've got Tim and James. Thanks.
Thank you. I've got just a few questions with regards to Housing New Zealand. I mean, we're not the only players in the game with regards to social housing, and if we look at a council's function, yes, we do have a responsibility without question with regards to social quality, but we also have to make sure we're running the city. So, does anyone know what the plan for the Housing New Zealand's growth for social housing in our city and the numbers are talking?
Bruce mentioned that before when he referenced that there will be money in the HUD budget, and HUD, sometimes we use those three-letter acronyms like they're just like everyone understands the language that we're speaking, but that's Housing and Urban Development. It's the new organisation that's taken over from Housing New Zealand. So if I could hand over to you, Bruce, to answer the question.
Yeah. in terms of specific numbers, I don't have that, but what I do understand and know from discussions through the Trust in the past is that the government is interested in about 30% of the needs in Christchurch being met by the community sector. And well, there are a number of players there. The player in the best position that we understand at the moment is OCHT. So within the public housing plan...
Excuse me, I'm sorry for interrupting, but whoever's got their microphone on, please turn it off when you're not speaking. Somebody's typing or doing something in the background and it's very distracting. Thank you, Bruce.
Yeah. So within the public housing plan that's been published, there's over 900 places for Christchurch heading into, and I haven't got it in front of me, so I'm just again going on memory, 2024. So that would be looking for about 30% of those 900 being delivered by the community sector. The first lot of those has been allocated to OCHT. This goes into the second lot of that and helps to meet that 300. So yes, Housing New Zealand is playing its part, but it's also looking at the community sector playing its part, and then council working in partnership effectively with the government and the community sector to meet this need.
With regards to the $30 million loan that was received to build 130 units, you mentioned before the $25 million to build the 85 units should take about 12 to 18 months to build those 85 units. How is the build project going with the 130 units? How many of those are completed? What's the timeline, that type of thing?
So there's 4 complexes that were included in that. First of those is complete and tenanted. The second was completed just immediately before the lockdown and has been unable to be tenanted under level 4. I'll need to check, but I think that they are able to be tenanted under level 3. The third complex is was due for completion in June. We'll get an updated ETA on that from the Trust shortly. And then the final one, which is the Brougham Street complex, was due, I'm off the top of my head again without looking at the detail, I think at between January and June next year, but I can provide that information through. So they're either complete or under construction. It's taken a bit more time for those ones because financing agreement up front, and as part of that, that's where we did some of that exploration about commercial financing as well, which ultimately proved unfruitful. If this was supported by councillors, it would be much quicker because the existing the loan documentation is already in place, and it will take a lot less time to get the loan documentation approved.
And if we approve the 25 million now, the overall loan from council to the trust will be about 100 million, wouldn't it? Because at the moment we gave a $5 million loan and a $5 million gift and a $45 million loan to start. Then we've given the 30 million, and this would be another 25 million. So overall, the debt or the loan to council, or the loan from to council, will be around about $100 million. Is that right to the trust?
Yes and no. And why I say the and no is when you look at the 45 million, that is effectively an interest-free loan of property that is only considered that it would need to be repaid back if the trust went into liquidation, lost their community housing provider status, and a couple of other similar type requirements. It's not a commercial loan in the same sense that the 30 million, and if you approve the 25 million, that is. It's a very different beast.
But it must be on our books somewhere, surely, and affect us.
Yes, and we've had certainly given some reports back on that. Maybe Len, do you want to give a quick summary of how that 45 is treated on our books?
Yes, you would have recalled the large discussions we've had over the last 18 months regarding the 45 million. We do not treat the 45 million per se as the loan value anymore. We have effectively recognised at every financial year end a reduction in the value of that loan because of its inability to be recovered, if you recall. That was supported by the work undertaken by Deloitte at the time that we agreed the $45 million loan. So therefore we always take that impairment view of that loan. So really the 55 million, if you agree the 25, turns to be the full extent of the borrowing that we have with OCHT. The conditions around the 45 million are very, very specific compared to the development funding agreement that we have in place for the building of these new units. Just on that note, OCHT do not record that amount as being a liability to the council. They treat it as equity. Although we don't have any opinion on that, that shows how they treat that capitalisation originally. So our exposure in property and cash is 100 million, of which cash is will end up being the major thing on our balance sheet.
Thank you for that. With regards to paying back, so if we approve this, then we've got 55 million of hard cash borrowed from us. What's the estimation with regards to any kind of paying back of that loan? Because are we going to be looking in another 18 months or whatever, another request for the next tranche of rebuilds or new builds for social housing?
Tim, it's Len here again. Yep. Each of these development proposals comes to us from OCHT through a model that they have developed with Deloitte, and we sit down and critique that model and include in their repayment cycles. In the development financing agreement that we have in place with OCHT, the repayments are specifically identified in a schedule based on the returns that they get under the 133% rental that they get from the Crown. So therefore, each time we do a proposal for one of these developments, we add it into this model, we determine when the cash is due, we include a specific set of requirements to repay. And that's in addition to the interest which is paid quarterly or 6 monthly, depending on the type of borrowing, plus the margin that we receive on top of those borrowing costs.
Okay.
And in terms of future proposals, there is the possibility, but as I've mentioned already, we are trying to explore ways of doing this without it being on council's books, and that work will continue, and our aim would be to try and do this so that we get to a self-sustaining position, if that's where council wishes to go, of meeting any growth in demand and any gets that council sets us, but trying to get to a position where it doesn't impact on council's books, as well as being rates neutral as it is already.
And I mean, I guess that was the original thought when we first discussed this some time ago, was that it could become self-funding, and that would be the ideal. I guess because we are in unprecedented times and we've got to think outside the box, so to speak, the government gave a huge amount of money to the Wellington area with regards to funding social housing. We missed out on that, sadly. But with regards to the $16 billion fund, which government has generously put in and quite sensibly put in to support the horizontal infrastructure industry, could we not approach them to say, is there a way forward with regards to funding for the building industry, and this would be a good cornerstone or backbone to that? Is that a possibility?
Tim, we've said 3 times now that there are different funding streams, and for social housing, this is the Crown Infrastructure Partnership approach is not a funding stream. So it's not for social housing, it's for other housing projects that have public benefit. So it isn't for, and it's for unlocking the barriers that are stopping developments from proceeding quickly and being shovel ready, as the description has been. But that's been a moving feast, and I think we've tried to narrow back our focus in that regard. This is unfortunate, but what you've described and all of your questions asked perfectly validly as they have been, they have all highlighted the undermining element of all of this, and that is that we cannot transfer our social housing to Ōtautahi Community Housing Trust, which is what we would do if we could, because we cannot guarantee that should the trust fail at some time in the future, that their asset class will not be lost to the city. And if we could guarantee that, then we would simply make the complete transfer, and none of this would be a question at all, because Ōtautahi Community Housing Trust could enter into relationships with their banks as they see fit. So they can't at the moment because of the guarantee requirements that the banks have, and we're the ones who hold that guaranteed position because we have to protect that asset class for the people of Christchurch. So, I mean, you're highlighting the frustration that all of us have with the model, which is an imperfect model, and nothing that we debate about today will actually create the perfect model, because it's not available to us under the set of circumstances that we have now. We can't access the income-related rental subsidy. Ōtautahi Community Housing Trust can. That's why we originally set them up, but it's a much better model for delivering social housing and providing that wraparound support for our tenants. But I won't enter into the debate because I've said that. But I am going to mention Stephen McPake, who was my favourite mayoral candidate, who texted me to say, got a letter from the trust saying they can move in at level 3. So that's a good answer. Tenants can move in at level 3, and actually from circumstances that I'm aware of around the place, then there is advice going out saying that people can transfer, continue with property sales and moving at level 3 as well, as long as it's all managed safely and social distancing is practiced. That means that at level 3 people will be able to start moving in. So that's great news, and that came off the back of one of your questions, Tim. So that sparked a reaction from Stephen McPake. So just looking down the camera saying, thank you, Stephen. Thank you for watching in, and thank you for caring so much about social housing. Cheers. Right, so would someone like to move the recommendations that we have in front of us? Jake McClellan, and seconded by Andrew Turner. So, and I should acknowledge James Daniels, and I should acknowledge Mike and Sarah from the previous debate too, that when questions are asked and answered, they've been indicating to all of us that their questions have been asked and answered. So and that's great. Good work, team. Right, so it's been moved and seconded, so I'll open it up for debate. Who would like to speak in the debate? I can't see everyone, so shall I just run through the list quickly?
Yes, please.
Okay, Jimmy Chen.
Okay, thank you. Just briefly, yes. I support the staff recommendation because this recommendation is compliant with the council's policy to grow the social housing, and also no actual cost to the council or ratepayer. And also this one particular are the after the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown, we can see quite a few homeless and vulnerable people. So this kind of recommendation can meet those people's need. And also the Otahuhi and the Christchurch Housing Trust, actually they are eligible to apply for the government's income related rent, the subsidies, but at the moment the council is not. So that's in the beginning, like the mayor you mentioned earlier, so that's why we established this one. So council can continue to kind of working together with them. However, in the long term, we still consider whether the council or council-owned organization also, to continue to engage with the the government, whether we are eligible to seek in the IRRS on our own. Because if that become the happen, then council can fully control all the council-owned organization, also can achieve all the best the strategic outcome. So, but generally speaking, I support the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Catherine Chu.
No debate from me. Thanks, Leanne.
Thank you. Melanie Coker.
Thanks, Leanne. It's probably no surprise I'd be supporting this, and I'm going to repeat a lot of what people have said, but as we've mentioned about unlocking the government funding that we can't access, I think it's important to prevent the barriers to building social housing. And of course it supports the construction sector getting back into action after this COVID-19 event, and social housing or housing itself is a basic, it's a human right, and Christchurch City Council has a long history of supporting it. So we need to remember that it doesn't impact on rates, and the effect on the headroom we've been talking about really depends on what happens with our discussions and in later decisions around the long-term plan, because really, in a way, this sort of started for me to become a stadium versus social housing thinking, because it is the stadium that will have the greatest effect on our headroom, not this loan. So we need to keep that in mind. I am, and we need, the other thing is that it was mentioned there's a waiting list for social housing, so we really need to be protecting the most vulnerable people. But I am concerned about the cost per square metre, because it does seem quite expensive to me, so I would hope that that's being looked at for future, or to see if we can actually get more houses out of it. But the sooner that this is built, the sooner the trust can make an income from their housing to get the tenants in there, and then they can maintain the housing stock that they've got and support the tenants who this is all for. Thank you.
Oh, Pauline?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I think Melanie's spoken very well, so I'm not going to say anything particularly, except that I do support this, and we do have a considerable number of units to catch up just to get back to pre-quake levels, and this is one way to do it. That's me. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, James Daniels.
Kia ora. Look, I'll be quick too. I think this is a fantastic opportunity to use our heft as a council to support the citizens through the Otatahi Community Housing Trust with no cost to ratepayers and no risk, bringing economic activity to the city as well. So I will be supporting it. Kia ora. Thanks for the report. Really good paper, by the way.
Kia ora. Thank you. Mike Davidson.
Thank you. Yeah, look, I guess I'm going to echo the comments of the three before me. We've done in front right now that's going to help some of the most vulnerable in society. And in a post-COVID world, the well-being of our people needs to be at utmost importance to us. And we know this decision is not going to impact rates, and it's actually going to unlock government money. So I think the main question has been around our comfort around the debt headroom. And of course, I'm sure we'll hear from a few councillors that will argue that we should just stick to our knitting. But I guess that, as we move forward, if we are concerned about our debt headroom, then we need to have a conversation about the stadium. And that's the same with sticking to our knitting. Once again, would need to have a conversation with our stadium. So I'm happy to support this item.
Anne Galloway.
Yeah, kia ora. Yeah, I'm totally in support and appreciate all the comments that have been made. And as Mike has said, the statement stick to our knitting. I think actually this is our knitting because we have a clear policy that we will support social housing. I think it's difficult to be able to quantify the economic benefit of being able to have people in homes, stable environments where they can actually leave to go to work, hold down a job. The economic benefits of having children who are in a stable home can go to the same school and live in a community where they are known and they feel safe. Those sorts of things are very difficult to quantify, but they are all very much part of this picture, and it's absolutely the right thing to do at the moment. We are probably facing a very difficult future for many people, and this is the time to signal that we are going to be caring for people going forward. In the 1930s, I think the government did a lot of work on building social housing to provide employment and also to provide infrastructure, and I think that this is another time like that, so absolutely the right thing to do.
James Goff.
Thanks. Look, it may be rates neutral, but it obviously increases our borrowing considerably, which considerably decreases our headroom. So I think we can't fool ourselves that there isn't an opportunity cost here with this. That being said, the expressions come up. Is this our knitting? And I think fundamentally that's the question that we're all going to have to ask. I think one thing that we need to be acutely aware of is no one knows where this is going to end up. And when I say this, I mean the outlook for Christchurch, for New Zealand, globally as much as nationally and locally. So I think the one thing that we can be certain of is that the unexpected will arise. And I think that it is incredibly important, if not our duty, to be prepared for that as best we can. So I'm aware that we have a policy to grow our social housing, but frankly, I disagree with that because I think that makes about as much sense as saying that we have an aspiration or a policy to strive to increase the amount of people on the unemployment benefit. So my preference would be to improve what we do have because I think the quality of people's lives across the board is terribly important, but almost more importantly, create pathways for people to be able to get out of social housing. So on balance for me, I don't think this is the time to be supporting this, and I will not be supporting the recommendations.
Thank you. Aaron?
Wow, it is a big debate. I am in favour of social housing because of the security it does afford people who, for whatever reason, need help and support for a time in their life. I am very, very concerned about our debt headroom as a council. There will be something else around the corner. A lot of it falls back on the government right now to how quickly New Zealand will recover out of this financial hit. For me, jobs are incredibly important, and that's why it's interesting that the stadium gets pulled into the debate here because the stadium is jobs, not just in the building of it, but then the servicing of it and the events that go on and so on and so forth. There's a knock-on effect. I don't think it's healthy for it to become about social housing versus a stadium. They're two completely different beasts. And there's a lot of people in our city that don't believe we should have a stadium, just as there's a lot of people who don't believe the council should be involved in social housing. That is a government responsibility. So both views do exist. We are here to represent both. This is a good deal. It's not the council's knitting, it's the trust's knitting, and they will deliver on some quality social housing. So to that end, I'm okay that the deal happens, but we do have some big debates coming up. If councillors are willing to throw things on the table like the stadium, then everything's on the table going forward. And if we were a smart council, we'd all be in the same room. We'd be in the same room this coming week, and we would look at every single item that we have that does not have a contract already gone out for it, and we would be starting to go, what can be pushed out, what can wait, how important is every single item in our budget. And the sooner we get in that room and start having that discussion, the sooner the people in this city can sleep at night, including those in social houses.
Thank you. Sam McDonald?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's probably no surprise to anyone around the table that I have a fundamental belief that social housing is not a local government responsibility, and in fact a central government one. But that's actually not the debate for today. You know, to be blunt, the challenge I have with this is around the premise that we should grow social housing as a council. And I agree entirely with what Jamie said, that actually, you know, this commercially is a good deal. But I think at the moment our headroom is so close, and we have so many challenges, I just can't see that we would be responsible on behalf of the ratepayers at the moment. So look, I think there is a time and place. I'm fundamentally, like Leanne, frustrated, I think, with the arrangement that exists between the Housing Trust and the council. And I think we do need to look at a mechanism to do that. But I think if we're going to be really honest, we need to really manage that debt room for the council. And, you know, there's been commentary around the assumptions which drive that headroom around rates. You know, in the environment we're in now, let's get really real. Whether it's a 2% rate rise or 0% rate rise, that headroom is still significantly changed in the COVID environment. So I think we do need to be really upfront with the ratepayers that, you know, we have significant debt as a council. Do we want to leverage that any further? And at the moment, I don't think we're in a position to do that without a lot more information in terms of the annual plan and the long-term plan. So I can't support it.
I'm sorry, but somebody has got their microphone on. It sounds like you're having your lunch. Who can you just turn off your microphone if you're not speaking, please? Thank you very much, whoever it was. Jake McClellan.
That might be me, Mayor, but it's not me having my lunch, it's my noisy flatmates. Hey, I just wanted to say that it's important in these unprecedented times that we don't forget about the most vulnerable in society, especially as we can expect this group to grow. There's a prudence in doing this, and I guess I would just encourage my colleagues to have a heart.
Thank you. Tim Scandrett.
Thank you, and it's been a really interesting debate. The comment with regards to growing social housing, I think perhaps that's another debate that we should have to get that one out and sorted. So we can, and that'll just be a numbers around the table to see if we continue with that aspiration, because we've been doing it, I think, since 1932 or something. So I think it's been pretty well established. Whether we continue that or not, I think that's a debate around the table which should be had to just put it to bed. I met some time ago on my campaigning the council staff member who was getting the funding for social housing way back in the day, and he said to me, because I did question about the quality of the builds, and he said, oh, they were built to building standards, so we were just after as much money as possible. And when you look at the old Brougham Street buildings, which are ice boxes in winter and sweat boxes in summer and leaked all the time, to hear that the Housing Trust is actually getting it right and building to 6-star, I think is absolutely outstanding, because our 3-star is actually 20th century building. I think that's to the standard of Great Britain in 1999. So it's actually pretty rubbish, to be quite honest, 3-star. But the difference between 3-star and 6-star is less than 3%, and that's from our own building staff. So I do think we've got to always question the square meterage, and I think that's been mentioned by a couple of people. I am in a quandary because our headroom is really, really of a concern, and there will be things that are going to be thrown at us through this current situation. When we talk about the most vulnerable, I think we're forgetting that there are groups of people in our community and our society that have never been vulnerable before, and suddenly their finance companies are hitting them, or people have, I think someone made the comment once, they've never seen so many Ford Rangers going to be repossessed. So I think there are some new vulnerable people that we've really got to start having a concern, and they will approach us at some stage. So I would have started this debate looking at this thinking I would abstain. I will support this because I think the Housing Trust has to get to a position where they are self-funding and stop on these loans, and they can only get there by us supporting them. So I will be supporting this today, but I do have concerns with regards to our headroom. I really am disappointed that the stadium's been mentioned, because that is actually about positive economic benefit, true positive economic benefit. Dunedin are very clever with theirs and they keep it to themselves, and well done. I think there'd be a very different community down there if they did not have a roofed stadium. And employment is huge around these things. Real shame, but I will be supporting this today.
Thank you. Sarah.
Kia ora, thank you. I think one of the great things about this proposal is that even especially at this time, it supports both our most vulnerable residents and also supports a whole pile of businesses, contractors who are looking for work in this. The residential has been going down post-quake after the highs, and to continue with those residential building programs is really important, especially now when we're looking for that economic activity. Growing social housing at the moment, this particular one isn't about council building. This is about us enabling other people to do their knitting. So it's this is us enabling the Housing Trust to build more social housing and growing it for the city, not necessarily growing it for council. While we could only concentrate potentially on upgrading our existing social housing, which in many cases is not fit for purpose, it's really clear that that's not enough, because some of those are just not suitable. They're not economic to upgrade, and so being able to replace those over time is also going to be really important. And while it's true that we don't know exactly what is going to happen with this crisis and after this crisis, one thing that we do know for certain is that we have an ageing population, and one of the key things that this does is build those single and two-bed units that are designed for our older population as they get older and more vulnerable. And so that's why this is such an important paper today.
Thank you. Andrew Turner.
Thank you. The starting point for this debate, and the factual starting point, in fact, for this debate, is that our policy position and our strategic direction is to support and to grow social housing. For me, this is about priorities and quality and sufficient quantity of warm, dry, fit-for-purpose homes for those that need them most, leading to community well-being and community resilience. Is and should be a high priority, particularly now. My understanding is that there's currently a waiting list of between 400 and 800 people who would benefit from social housing in Christchurch, and in particular would benefit from additional social housing in Christchurch, which is what this is about. I'm definitely in favour of looking into a CCO model through CCHL as a vehicle to further invest in social housing, but we've heard in answers to questions that that isn't something we could expect to do quickly, something that we certainly should pursue, but it will take time. We've got this opportunity in front of us today. It's also worth reflecting on the environment that we're working in as regards government policy around funding support via the IRS and the funding mechanisms that are described in the paper that's in front of us today. Again, that's the environment we're in. Those are the opportunities. So what we have in front of us here is not only a mechanism to build much needed additional social housing, but also a mechanism to get people back into jobs. Housing typically is an opportunity for smaller and more local building contractors and also subcontractors, rather than the larger construction companies that are typically involved in roading or Three Waters, bigger civil engineering type projects. So I think there's an opportunity for local work here as well. It's also an opportunity to unlock central government funding, which is available. This is an opportunity that we should be taking while it exists. So this is an example of where we can support the Trust to be doing work which is aligned with our overall strategy, and it's work that we couldn't do ourselves. The Trust's well placed to do it. They're ready to go. We just need to make the right decision today. There is no risk to ratepayers. We've got the GSA over the Trust property that provides first-ranking security over those assets. The only issue, as we've heard, is the debt headroom piece, and that is a concern, but we've also heard that there are other moving parts around that which we will have more certainty, and which we will consider as we look at capital programme and other priorities through the annual plan and long-term plan. And there are other projects, other big projects that we can consider the timing and delivery of as a part of that. Strategic directions have been mentioned. Risk and resilience certainly are a big focus of this council. And having sufficient and suitable housing is a big part of creating community resilience and reducing risk around well-being and health outcomes in our communities. But in addition to that, we're going to need to look at the future through a COVID-19 recovery lens as well. And a big part of that is social and economic recovery. And here we've got the opportunity to create a significant economic benefit of getting people in work, keeping people in jobs, keeping construction businesses in business at a time when there are going to be some big challenges. And for me, that's certainly a big consideration here, as well as the housing outcomes. So I support this. It's an opportunity for us to make a decision to get something moving, which is going to have significant social and economic benefit without any risk to ratepayers. So absolutely support this today.
Thank you very much. And can I just compliment people on the quality of the debate? I think people have focused on the issues. I think there are a couple of things that have come up that perhaps aren't so much relevant to this debate, but will be relevant to debates that we'll have in the future. I think the key, though, for me, and I guess I'm communicating to a wider audience, but particularly to the Chief Executive and the staff of the organisation, we must come up with a sustainable funding solution that resolves this problem. I'm in favour of this because I know that it unlocks government money now, and that is absolutely core critical to getting anything done in this space anywhere in the country, let alone here in Christchurch. And so it's vitally important that we're able to unlock the door for OCHT to do the job that it's proving itself very capable of doing. But we do need to get to a stage as soon as possible, because we know that there are headwinds ahead, and we also know that our headroom is limited. So in order to ensure that OCHT can get ahead in the meantime, but also accept the responsibility of us as councillors to take a prudent approach to managing our finances and maintaining sufficient headroom. I keep reminding people that because one risk that we had on our risk register has materialised, it doesn't reduce the risk of any of the other risks on our risk register materialising any time now. We could have a massive earthquake any time now, and we could have a fire, we could have floods, we could have all of the events, tidal waves. We know what those events are. We monitor the risk around those, and we are leaving ourselves at risk in an environment where we can actually do something about it. And what we can do about it is to make sure that the sustainable funding option for the growth of social housing sits with OCHT and completely off our balance sheet altogether, which will enable the work to continue at pace, which is what I support. So I will ask you, Joe, to put the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor?
Aye.
Councillor Turner?
Aye.
Councillor Chen?
Aye.
Councillor Chu?
No.
Councillor Coker?
Yes.
Councillor Cotter?
Aye.
Councillor Daniels? Councillor Davidson?
Aye.
Councillor Galloway?
Yes.
Councillor Goff?
No.
Councillor Kewen?
No.
Councillor McDonald?
No.
Councillor McClellan?
Aye.
Councillor Scandrett?
Aye.
Councillor Templeton?
Aye.
It's There's 11 votes for the motion and 4 votes against.
Thank you. That's declared carried. And now, thank you very much. And we now move on to the, thanks to Bruce and the team for the work that you've done on the paper. Thank you. Consultation for a proposed lease and licence of Cathedral Square land to Christchurch Cathedral Reinstatement Limited. Is it Kathy Jardine who's I'm inviting to take us through the paper?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I've got no further comments to add to the report. If the recommendation goes through today, we'll start consultation next week, and we've increased that consultation period. We'll increase it from 4 weeks to 6 weeks, just taking into consideration the current environment.
Oh, sorry, I had a question in relation to why we're having to consult in this way, given that I'm just unclear as to I mean, it's only a 10-year lease. Why does that trigger a consultation requirement under the Act? It's not for the 25 years or anything like that.
Sure. Under Section 138 of the Local Government Act, any disposal of council land for a period of 6 months or more requires consultation.
Well, surely it doesn't require a general consultation, though. I mean, surely a focused consultation would be sufficient.
It requires a robust consultation, as opposed to, I think it's about Section 78 that just is more a notification, because this land is considered to be of significance. It falls under the definition of a park, and the legislation requires that we do a robust consultation, and the level that we're doing has been deemed to be satisfactory to hear the views of the public.
But just in a general question, I mean, if people were having a conversation about the parks of Christchurch, they wouldn't include Cathedral Square as one of those. So it's a definition that's come about because it's because of the legal definition of land that's been acquired for particular purposes. It isn't a park in anyone's general, dictionary definition of a park. I think the last remaining green space was uplifted when we took away the road that used to go through it. So, I mean, there's a little bit of park, but that's associated with the cenotaph, which is on Anglican land. So I'm just wondering whether we could find a more practical solution to this.
Well, the definition in the... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Bruce.
Bruce here. In terms of the definition, we have been caught out with that previously, and we've consistently taken the same approach with it, which would define land held for community purpose is a park, which is consistent with the legislation there. In terms of what we've got and proposing in this report, there are two potential mechanisms. Special legislation related to the cathedral or the council one. Both require some form of consultation. We've tried to get that consultation set at a proportionate level to the nature of the matter in front of you. There's probably not much further we could do to lessen the requirements of that consultation, given that what's required either through council's legislation or through the special legislation.
Sorry, I misunderstood that. I thought that the special legislation didn't include this area of land.
My understanding, and it's a while since I've had the discussions on that, is that that was an option, that the special legislation could be used, but still requires consultation. Exactly this, the same process-wise as we've got here. So this just seemed to be the simplest, most pragmatic way of moving the matter forward.
No, because it means we have to do it rather than the cathedral. Sorry, I misunderstood. I was pretty sure that the legislation only covered the immediate land and it didn't cover this section of land. So you're telling me that we could use the cathedral option, the cathedral legislation? whatever it's called.
If I can, in our discussions with the reinstatement company, their advice to us was that they work with council and with the processes that council have, and that our process would be simpler. I guess simpler probably isn't the correct word, but is a better process that we follow our normal BAU processes in granting this lease and license.
But we're not in a BAU environment, and to distract staff from you know, sort of the work that we need to be doing ourselves to do work for someone else. I just wonder whether we've been given that choice, you know, because I can't see in there the choice of using them as the process, because that's probably my. I honestly thought we weren't allowed to. Can you just refer me to the legislation in that regard?
The cathedral legislation or our legislation, our section 138?
The cathedral legislation, because if we can use the cathedral legislation, then that's one of the options that council's entitled to consider, surely.
Yes, and we did consider that, but the cathedral company has indicated that they didn't want to use that legislation. It was the same with their resource consent. They followed the council's practice of, you know, they've applied for the resource consent, and this consultation for the lease, they wanted to follow that same way. I guess they don't want to be going to the minister to get that legislation enacted so that they can bypass council processes. They want to work with the council.
Yeah, but if we have to pay for that, then that's asking us to adopt all of the, you know, the responsibility for it. Sorry, I just can't see the option in the paper where it says. I mean, I don't want to be in a position of sort of kind of like voting against this on the basis that I'd rather that there's that the option of asking them to use that process. I just can't see it here.
Yes,
can you help me out?
Yeah, it's not in the report because we
No, but where the option was considered. You said that you considered the option, but I can't see it here.
Oh, that was in our pre-work in discussions with the company, with the cathedral company, and our initial meetings with them was that they use their legislation. And in meetings that we had with them, it was that no, they've been advised not to use the legislation and to work with the council through council processes.
Sorry, I'm because I misunderstood the Act. I probably wouldn't have allowed this to come onto the agenda without knowing that all of that detail. I mean, I'm hearing this, and so councillors are for the first time as well. I wonder if we could defer this matter till later in the meeting, Dawn. Is that possible?
Mayor, you could either defer it or we could move it to next week's meeting. That might be more appropriate.
Yeah, well, if councillors are generally happy, I'd rather get some more advice rather than questioning backwards and forwards. It isn't a very satisfactory process. Is that okay with people? Yeah. Okay. Right. We'll push this forward into the agenda next week. I'm really sorry, Kathy. I'd misunderstood the alternative legislation, and I wasn't aware of the advice that had been received. So nothing you know, critical at all here, but just we'll put it on the agenda for next week, and we'll work through the information that we need, and that can be then added by way of a supplementary attachment. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
If we move on to Regenerate Christchurch Transition Planning, Leonie Ray.
Hello there.
Hi.
Can you see me? Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, I can see you and hear you. And I think you've got a PowerPoint for us.
I do.
Well, that can even get put up on the screen.
I think it can. So this was done at quite short notice after our briefing we had on Tuesday. So I haven't had a lot of resources to make it look beautiful. So the content of it is really just to help guide us through the backstory for Regenerate Christchurch. So the report I've got in front of you today is a bit of an update on the progress of transition. Want to point out that we have been working very closely with Regenerate Christchurch and DPMC, and as you see there, we the Crown and Christchurch City Council have been funding Regenerate Christchurch through to 2021. The proposal is for the Regenerate Christchurch end date to come forward to the 30th of June this year, and there is an amendment bill. Just so to remind everyone that Regenerate Christchurch was established as an independent board to provide joint oversight for the Christchurch City Council and the Crown, and to move away from central the central government drive for economic recovery. So that was the Canterbury Earthquake Recovery Authority that was established, and this was what was put in place. Because things have been going really well, the Crown and Christchurch City Council have agreed to bring that forward. So this is just the background to the report today. In response to recommendations to review the Greater Christchurch Regeneration Act, the Minister has proposed some amendments to the Act, and these are to repeal sections relating to Regenerate Christchurch, to repeal Section 71 of the Act, which enables the Minister to suspend, append or revoke a document, just to remind you what that was. If enacted by Parliament, these amendments will bring forward the planned disestablishment, as I've said. The legislation will continue to provide for regeneration plans and recovery plans through to 2021, and local agencies can then, such as the Christchurch City Council and others, identified in the Act as strategic partners, can continue to have the ability to process new regeneration plans or amended or revocation of existing regeneration or recovery plans until 30 June 2021. But the legislation will no longer make provision for the Minister to make use of Section 71 of the Act, amend or revoke plans made under the Resource Management Act or other legislation. So that's so the Amendment Act, if the bill is passed, and it's tracking along quite well. But of course, the situation we find ourselves is we're not quite sure whether the Select Committee will be able to meet. But one of the questions that was asked the other day, Mayor, was what would it look like in terms of what would be the process once the amendment was passed? And I put this together, and as I say, apologies for it doesn't look very pretty, but I was just want to take you through that. The main change that the amendment will make to the Act is that the proponent will change. So prior to the amendment bill, the proponent was Regenerate Christchurch. They must be the proponent, but that is changed.
No. That isn't correct. That it was only for the red zone. Oh, right. Section 7. Oh. No. I thought anyone could be. Okay, no, my mistake. Sorry, I'll shut up.
Okay. Section 14 of the Act. So look, under with the changes, it means that ECAN, CCC, I've listed them there, if you can see, are able to be a proponent for a new recovery plan or a change to a recovery plan. But that's the main change. The outline would prepare a draft. We would then, if it was okay to proceed, the Minister would make a decision. We'd go on to develop and engage, and then the approval would then once again be with the Minister, who would then could either approve or decline it, and then would go to public consultation. So those are the main changes. So is that clear to everyone? I can move to the next slide.
Yep.
Cool. So I've just listed here some time frames. So the one on the 29th of April, it's at the moment the submissions have closed, but because we've on the 6th of March we were to have a meeting with councillors around the submission. That couldn't take place because of the level 4 situation we're in. I do understand that there might be a possibility that we could still make a supplementary submission. And we're not sure whether the select committee will actually meet on the 29th of April. There might be an indication that they can meet under level 3, but we haven't heard it as such. And I've got Ian Thompson listening on the line, and he might be able to step in there. I don't know whether you've got any more news than I have, Ian, if you're there.
I am here. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
So that's pretty much as you have set out, Leonie. The committee doesn't appear to have made firm arrangements for meeting. We're not quite sure when it will, and we do have the opportunity to put in a supplementary submission if we wish to before it meets. And I think there's going to be a draft of or a copy of the current submission distributed to councillors to get some feedback to see whether or not we should put in a supplementary submission.
Thank you, Ian. I'll move on now. So we're still working towards the 30th of June disestablishment date. We don't see reason why it might not be that, but even if it was pushed out due to timing, we are still working to that date in terms of the records transfer and so forth. So all the planning would have been done, but we'd just be waiting for the amendment bill to be passed. The next slide. The host agency. So it's proposed that Christchurch NZ will be the host agency for the purpose of hosting a small number of key Regenerate Christchurch staff beyond the disestablishment date. This is looking at probably about 2 staff and maybe go for as long as 3 months. These staff will be funded by residual funds from Regenerate Christchurch. We anticipate once the transfer agreement has been put forward around the assets and liabilities, that the assets are sufficient to cover the liabilities as well as the funding for these staff. And just to give you an idea of what those disestablishment functions are, it's preparing the annual reports for the last year of their operation, preparing the final audits for the organisation, and also paying out those final, organise those final salaries and any final invoices. Disposing of any remaining excess, such as furniture and IT equipment, that's already been in progress. And at the moment they're actually housed with Christchurch NZ. The one that's outstanding at the moment is the lease on the building, which is subleased from DCL, and we're working through whether we can get whether we can pass that lease on or not. But that's one of the things we're working through at the moment. And then the last slide. So, as part of planning for the disestablishment, today I would like to agree that Christchurch NZ will be the host agency. The documents and records of Generate Christchurch be transferred to Christchurch City Council. Now these are the official records. These will be all their financial records, all their reports, and also all their planning documents. We've been working with Archives New Zealand in terms of what needs to come across, what will be official documents and what could be those that should be a part of our requirements under the Public Records Act. Please note that at the moment we aren't in the position to say that the inheriting organisation for assets and liabilities is Christchurch City Council, because that's something that will come through to you as councillors with the agreement for transferring of assets and liabilities. So that will come to you, and it also would go to the Minister for Greater Christchurch, and that's one of the requirements. So that will come to you for approval, and it'll be and we'll have a much better idea as we come closer to the 30th of June what those assets and liabilities will be. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much for that. I do want to kind of repair my reputation though, because I am correct in the sense that all of the strategic partners have the ability to ask for a Section 71. What changes is that Regenerate Christchurch is no longer required to give explicit advice to the Minister, and nobody takes over that function. So it's just, I mean, it was available, so are recovery plans. They're available to all of those strategic partners to initiate them. But anyway, that's by the by, because the real issue is that this is a very simple step, one that's being exercised 12 months ahead of time, which is good for the city, helps to sort of focus people's attention on the go forward rather than the past. And I think Regenerate Christchurch has played an exceptional role, particularly in relation to the Otakaro Avon River corridor, and that has now really set up what is a legacy platform for our entire city. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. But does anyone have any specific questions about the recommendations that are in front of us right now?
Yeah,
Andrew?
I've emailed. So are you going to go through the email, or you want us just to indicate?
I'd like to go through the email, but at that point no one had emailed, and I'm taking Andrew, and then I'll take you, Yanni.
So mine really is just to note that Mike Davidson and I are directors of Christchurch NZ, so if that can be noted. Christchurch NZ obviously is referenced in the recommendation as the host agency, but that's largely around completion of procedural matters. There isn't any significant implication or any advantage or even any funding implication for Christchurch NZ. So I'm not taking the view that we're conflicted, but I'm certainly just wanting it to be noted that Mike and I are Christchurch NZ directors.
That's fine. Yanni?
Yeah, thanks. I find it a little bit strange that we don't have any sense of the assets and liabilities. So, I mean, I'm just wondering why we're doing that separately, given that that really should inform the options we choose.
From my understanding, Yanni, is that there's requirement that we have a separate transfer agreement. There's an official agreement, and that is around the assets and liabilities. I believe it's Section 139 of the GCR Act that requires to do that. In terms of the quantum, the assets are essentially the funding that's come from the Crown and from Christchurch City Council. The liabilities are very small. We know that the lease is the biggest one. I think that's around 300k, but there are sufficient funds to cover that for the full year. So, and other than that, it's just a bit of furniture and some IT equipment, which, as I said, they've already managed to move most of that on. So we've got a positive balance sheet. And that decision wouldn't be made today anyway. That will come to you separately.
But, so in terms of just the financial implications for us, in terms of the options of going to Christchurch NZ or just coming to council, is there any difference? What consideration was given to just coming into council?
Sorry, the consideration was that Christchurch NZ have the ability to host the staff. They also have quite a bit of knowledge and have worked quite closely with Regenerate Christchurch, and it seemed like a natural place for to manage this final transition, and as the staff are already there, so we felt that it was a good option.
I'm just, I guess, concerned a little bit about Christchurch NZ's role in terms of we just have no visibility post COVID-19 or during COVID-19 what their liabilities are in terms of all the funding that we've given them. In the next report, we've got a whole bunch of performance level exceptions, specifically relating to Christchurch NZ. So, yeah, so the only reason for going to Christchurch NZ is one of convenience?
We just felt it was a natural fit with, as I say, there's a couple of staff who are already working with Christchurch NZ, and so that the funding that would be provided would be something separate. It was something we would work through with Christchurch NZ, and we would fund them for that with the residual funds from Regenerate Christchurch.
Right. And just, do we have any, final question from me, do we have any sense of the money that we would save by doing this?
Saved by Christchurch NZ hosting?
Well, yeah, transitioning sooner rather than later.
Transitioning. There is indication that there would be potentially around $1 million surplus funds at this stage. But as I say, that may change, depending on whether it was the amendment bill didn't pass on the 30th of June. But that's what we're looking at the moment. So it's in a positive cash position.
And we'll get a chance to consider the financial implications when that other paper comes to us.
Absolutely, you will.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Did anyone else have any questions? Sorry, I can't. I was trying to answer another email. No? All right. Would someone like to move the recommendations?
Sorry, Mayor, may I have one question? Sorry, I didn't put on.
Oh, no, that's all right. I forgot to put on my mind reading cap.
Yeah, I didn't.
Jimmy.
So sorry. Yeah, okay. My question is the paragraph point 6.1 and point 2, even they only replied to Yanni earlier, but I still don't know, because the particular here emphasize all those assets liability were transferred to the city council. And also the regenerate Christchurch fund were expected to outweigh to transfer liability, but 6.2 residual funding from the regenerate Christchurch will fund this commissioning activity by the host agency. I just don't know what I mean. Looks like there's a little bit of contradiction, conflict. How about the residual funding?
Residual funding is the funds that Regenerate Christchurch won't be using. So they've been funded for the year by Christchurch City Council and the Crown, and those funds will be residual. The transfer agreement will decide where those funds go. It is likely that they may come to Christchurch City Council, or the Crown may call that they want to have a share of that. That's what the transfer agreement will do, and it will spell that out. But we do know, and the Crown has agreed, that there will be some residual work that needs to be done to wind up Regenerate Christchurch. And that money should come from the residual funds from Regenerate Christchurch. So that's what that's about.
Okay, so you mean your answer is residual fund is not part of assets of original Regenerate Christchurch. It's outside of the assets. Am I right?
The assets of Regenerate Christchurch is essentially the revenue that they've received from the Crown and from Christchurch City Council. They are they're the monetary assets. There are other assets like the IT equipment and the office equipment, which is quite minimal. So the main assets is their funds.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would someone like to move the resolution, please? No one? Sarah Templeton, seconded by Tim Scandrett. Is there any debate?
Yep.
Yanni?
Yeah, thank you. Look, I appreciate the work that staff have done on this, but you know, when I read this report and look at 4.2 and see that there's an informal draft version of the transition plan, but we don't seem to have any sense of the details behind this, it really concerns me. I just can't quite understand why we're doing this separately rather than getting a sort of collective report. My biggest concern is that when the staff go into Christchurch NZ, then we don't have any oversight around that cost pressure. So, I mean, I think on balance, this is something that I will support today. We need to start, I think, reducing the number of organisations post-earthquake. It's been something that I've been concerned about since it was set up, and now's the day to actually do something about it. But I still think we need to be mindful of, we can't just keep spending money the same way we've been spending money in the past, given the financial pressures that we're faced with. So I think maybe in the next report, I'll certainly be asking some questions around Christchurch NZ, around statement of expectation, and levels of service. So on balance, I will support this, but I just want to make the plea that it would be much better for us to get much more detailed information when we're making these decisions so we can see what the actual impact is. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. That's carried. Lovely. Thank you very much. Look, listen, it's 1:06 p.m. Given that Yanni signalled that there are questions around the what is a performance exceptions report, how quickly, given that a lot of work's gone on in the background, with work done on the draft submission on the GPS on land transport and the draft submission on accessible streets, they're sort of both sitting in your patch, I think, Mike. I'm just wondering if there's some general agreement amongst councillors that we just deal quickly with those two items, get them signed off, and then we'll break for lunch, come back at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, the accessible streets may have a bit of debate in it because there's a couple of different options, and I would hope the GPS would make a few subtle changes to sort of emphasise the importance of safety and the funding around that. So that should be straightforward.
All right. So, are people? Would you like to move the GPS one, item 17?
Yes, happy to move that.
Yep. And do I have a second?
There should be some additional recommendations actually that have come up to actually capture the new updated version.
Well, let's put them up and let you work through them with us. If you could just go through them, what the changes are.
Okay. So I've sent around a couple of emails, plus it's been uploaded to the hub. So the main difference from the original draft that was in the agenda was just wanted to be a little bit stronger around the importance of safety. Obviously, it's well documented in the GPS, but we just wanted to actually reiterate actually how important it is, but also the fact that it requires funding assistance and working with partners to actually achieve the outcomes that we need to achieve to get a reduction in deaths and serious injuries. So they're really the additions to the actual draft submission that was on the agenda.
All right. Do I have a seconder for it?
Yeah, I'll second it, Leah.
Who's that?
Phil.
Phil Major. Okay. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment if I can.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. So I brought up the feeling that I just thought that the safety hadn't been emphasised enough. So I want to thank Mike and the staff for getting onto that and supporting what I'd commented on. I think it's the changes are really good and give it strength and sends a really strong message. So I just want to say thanks, and it's really pleased that it's been strengthened in the document. Cheers.
I'm happy to close off the debate if no one else wants to talk to it.
Well, before you close off the debate, just let me say congratulations and thank you for leading a very good process which has enabled people to contribute in a way that isn't always that easy in these sorts of environments. So thank you, Mike, and now I'll let you close the debate.
I think Aaron might have wanted to say something.
Yeah, if I could, please.
Sorry, far away.
Yeah. So thanks for the work, Mike. I would prefer that submissions like this and the following one were done in a room because there's a number of things we need to discuss around transport and opportunities that are in the current environment. The one thing I just want to say around safety, and safety is important to me. My own mother was killed in a car incident a number of years ago, but is around the intersection in my ward of Heward Breens Gardeners when the public themselves have major safety concerns and we have not done what they asked for, yet the council, when it has safety concerns in its own ratings, will do stuff that it feels is necessary. And I think we need to get the two together or better aligned and have a way for And I'm not criticising the council's decision. Councillors have the right to make any decisions they want on any paper that comes to us, but we need to work a way forward in transport that the public can have their input and we listen to it when it comes to safety. That's all.
Right, Mike?
Yeah, look, thank you. And I'll try and make this short because obviously if we went into the detail everything in this submission would just take too long. And I guess we know the GPS for land transport, it's an important document that does guide the NZTA funding decisions for our transport projects. And so while this draft GPS does make a number of good points and continues with some of the work of the last GPS, in my view it's actually a bit of a step backwards. And I would describe the 2018 GPS as a bold transport statement, whereas I would describe the draft 2021 GPS as actually a nervous pre-election transport statement. And it's great to see safety and climate change as two of the 4 priorities, but improving freight connections and better transport options. Improving freight connections should not be a strategic priority for the GPS. How does the Christchurch City Council actually tick boxes for projects for freight connections? It just doesn't quite work. And better transport options, it's ambiguous priority that misses the point that we should be focused on providing sustainable transport options. So both of these priorities could lead to outcomes that actually increase emissions by increasing the capacity of our roads. I just want to quickly finish on public transport because I'm really concerned that once again Greater Christchurch is going to miss out on important funding that will potentially go to the North Island. Now, Greater Christchurch is completely united in its vision for affordable and accessible public transport that connects our people. We have 3 business cases in train, and it's important that the government comes on board to help fund what is going to be a major infrastructure project. But I'm happy to support the submission. I think it's a strong submission and outlines our concerns around some of the GPS, but also points to some of the good aspects as well.
Thank you very much. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
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 Those opposed say no. It's carried. Thank you very much, and thank you for all your hard work. And I will now adjourn the meeting until 2 p.m. Thank you very much. live stream for today's council meeting at the Christchurch City Council, where of course we're all in a virtual meeting room by virtue of modern technology. So we've got two more items on the open agenda to deal with. We have the performance exceptions report, and we have the draft submission on accessible streets regulatory package. And actually I should have just asked councillors beforehand. I think it might be easier just to deal with the draft submission on accessible streets regulatory package first, and then report.
Still frozen.
Sorry, Leanne, you're a Dalek.
I'm a Dalek.
Yeah.
Is that
All right. So, so Leanne, you're not with us. You're still. No. All right. So, if you go out and perhaps come back in again. Yep. Done. All right. So, draft submission on accessible streets regulatory package. Have we got staff to speak to this one? Are there any introductory comments?
Richard Osborne here, Councillor Tierna. I can give a brief introduction to it, as well as Nick Lovett being on the line. Yep. So just as a quick overview to the paper, Accessible Streets is a regulatory package put out by the Crown for land transport rules to create a national framework clarifying the types of vehicles and devices that are allowed on the footpaths and shared paths. We had a virtual workshop on this issue on Thursday the 16th of April. The elected representatives were supportive of the draft submission prepared by staff, with the only difference being around cycling on the footpaths, whereby the majority of councillors attending the workshop supported an age limit for cycling on footpaths rather than a speed limit. So a revised submission was circulated last night reflecting that direction. So that's just a brief overview of what it is, and the reason why a revised submission was submitted late last night. Nick Lovett's also on the line, who prepared the submission, and we're both happy to answer any questions.
That's great, thank you. So let's move to questions in that case. Pauline. We can't hear you, unfortunately. You've got the same problem that Leanne had. So are there, in the absence of Pauline being able to speak to us at the moment, are there any other people that have got questions? Sam?
Yeah, just a quick one, Richard. Did we give any thought to how we would enforce an age as opposed to a speed?
Perhaps one for Nick, but yeah, it's a good question, and that's where it gets very tricky. Both would be difficult to enforce because the police probably won't want to spend a lot of time on enforcing these sorts of things, and you know, how does a member of the public or anyone else for that matter determine whether someone's going 15 or 20 k's an hour on a cycle, or whether they're 12 or 13? So that's where it gets tricky, and you're really relying on a good submission, a good marketing and education campaign. One thing is the men needs
We can't hear you, Richard. This is becoming very problematic, unfortunately. I don't know whether there's another staff member who's able to answer the question, or whether Richard needs to go out and come back in again, or quite what the solution's going to be here.
I could attempt to follow on where Richard left off, if everyone
that
can hear
would be
me.
helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. So, following what Richard was saying about what the intent is here for these enabling frameworks to be built through these rule changes. So the status quo right now is it's very binary and definitive around what can and can't happen. You know, there's a cycle has its own legal definition, and a bike lane has its own legal definition, and you know they can't be ridden on the footpath under certain circumstances. And so all of these rules combined together are creating a framework in which it's very clear that pedestrians have priority in all these circumstances. You know, all these devices, bicycles, scooters, must give way and give care and utmost care and consideration to pedestrians and vulnerable users. And rather than sort of having these binary definitions around who has right of way and who shouldn't be there, they're creating this sort of this give way framework, and underpinning that is going to be, like Richard was saying, a very large communications, educations, marketing effort to underscore the fact that pedestrians are vulnerable users and that everyone needs to take care and give consideration to let them have right of way in a number of circumstances, not just on the foot. So the submission is we thought that very
Sorry, I can't hear again. So
Am I able to be heard?
Andrew, you're.
Someone put some money in the account.
It's Joe here. Excuse me, do you want to just take a 5-minute adjournment and we'll just check we can get everyone back on the line?
I'll reintroduce the meeting.
Okay. All yours.
Welcome back, everyone. Do apologise. We're having a few technical hitches today, but we'll get there. We're dealing with the item number 18, the draft submission on Accessible Streets Regulatory Package. We'd had a few questions asked of one of our senior staff, and I'm just going to hand back to him to complete the questions, the answers to the questions. Sorry, Richard.
Apologies. I had to log on and log back in again, so I missed the question. Was that the one from Councillor McDonald, or did we move on from there?
Councillor McDonald's fine, and I can't recall who was asking the question because I was only logging back in myself. I don't know if Nick Lovett's come back on.
Yes, can you hear me?
Nick, would you like to finish the answer that you were giving just as you were sounding out?
Sure, I'll try and be brief while we've got the connection. The premise is to shift away from, these very hard and fast binary rules that we have at the moment around footpaths and bicycles and bicycle lanes, and move towards a more education-based framework and building courtesy through being clear around vulnerability and hierarchy. So that's why the ministry have chosen a speed limit rather than an age limit, because that again moves us towards that kind of binary hard and fast. A 12-year-old is okay, a 13-year-old is not. They're sort of saying context, please be careful, please give way, and that's ultimately what we're trying to achieve with the rule changes.
I think I understand the reason why they would want to go down that pathway, but the reason that I just had a question mark over it was that, we've got a 30k limit applying in this central city area, and, it's kind of deliberately around the core. And although the cars, can see very clearly that, with the signage that they have to slow down, we still have cyclists operating as if they're on a speedway, just in the cycle lanes, but also on the footpaths, especially shared footpaths. I spent a lot of time walking through, the down Ralston Ave, for example, by Botanic Gardens there, and a bike coming up behind you, whipping along at what must be close to 30 k's, if not over 30 k's, even in those areas, it can be pretty frightening for people. So I'm just wondering whether in those slowdown areas for cars, we want to be giving a clearer message to cyclists that they've got to be part of the slowdown too, that this is a calm street area and they're in a shared space and they have to be very mindful of that.
Yeah, what the rule framework enables is for local authorities to set other speed limits in areas like the CBD as well. So shared paths, there is legal to state what the speed limit should be on a shared path. A shared path on Wollaston Ave or on Durham Street, for instance, has the same speed limit as the adjacent roadway. So in the CBD it's 30, but on Horse Road it might be 80 kilometers an hour. So these frameworks enable up those speed signs, and they'll have legal meaning.
But you wouldn't want it to be the same. You wouldn't.
Sorry, I didn't catch the end of the question.
Sorry, just I thought you were saying that you could match the speed limit on the shared footpath as it is on the road. You wouldn't want somebody travelling on a bicycle at 30k on a shared pathway, even if the roadway's 30. You want to see a general dropping of the speed overall to match the sense of a car going from 50 to 30. A bike going from 30 to staying 30 is not the equivalent sort of calming of the street environment.
Yeah, I mean that's correct. So the status quo is that these speed limits don't really exist, and it's difficult for local authorities to offer definitive guidance around speeds at the moment. Along Rolleston Ave, I think we have a sign that has no legal meaning that says, please give way to pedestrians, or please be considerate, or words to that effect. So that the rule changes enable local authorities to set, speed limits, do wide communication saying, we want a speed limit of 25 or something on shared paths in the CBD. But the status quo
don't
at
say
the moment,
25.
or some.
No,
some
I mean seriously. I mean, I just think having a speed limit doesn't necessarily do it. It's just creating an obligation to the conditions. It's sort of like the limited speed zone or unlimited speed zones. They're just. But anyway, I mean, it's obviously not in people's minds at the moment. They seem to be stuck on the idea that you can put speed limits in place when they won't be enforced. Anyway.
I just maybe say, with respect to the proposals, one thing it does enable is perhaps there is a bit of ambiguity as to where shared paths are installed, what the intent of them is, and there might be security in thinking that it's a cycling for me to go along. And of course, there's another use opportunities. What the
I don't think anyone can hear you, Nick. I'm sorry. It's just gone in and out and in and out. So we're not getting a sense of what you're saying.
And here's the big problem that we're having. Republicans have more seats to defend.
So, well, if that sound connection's not all there, I'll maybe hand it back to you, Mike.
Leanne, it sounds like someone has the TV on.
Oh, sorry. Okay, well, I'll go and shut a door, but it's only when I've got my microphone on.
Leanne? Oh.
I was just wondering if Richard Osborne, if you're there, we could still ask questions.
Yes, I'm here, so hopefully.
Hang on, you can't without the mayor being there to listen to the answers.
I was just pre-preparing, that's all.
Yeah, no, that's all good. Let's just wait for Leanne to come back and resume the chair, and then with Richard here, that gives us the ability to do that. Sounds good.
I just wanted to state that this submission has had an extension of time, so there's no reason why we couldn't defer this, because I can't, it's just terrible. There's people cutting in and out, it's hopeless for me. And I've got a different view, so it matters to me.
Are we deferring everything? Why don't people put the questions or something through beforehand? We understand that it's not business as usual, so it's always
Excuse
going to
me, let's not have a debate in the middle of a meeting. The truth is that it is the connections that is making very difficult for people to ask and answer questions. And I do apologise about some background noise, but things aren't too good here at the moment. So that's now sorted. So if we could just be a little bit more considerate of the fact that we've got a technology issue here. Now, I don't know whether, and I would be very comfortable with picking, say, or Mike, bringing together a team of 4 or 5 people, the coalition of the willing, if that's okay with everyone around the table. I'm really happy to move that we delegate the final decision to a small group of people led by Mike Davidson, who is the chair of that committee. And if someone would like to second that, and we'll populate it with names, then we can move on.
I'm happy to second that, Leanne, and I'll just email my questions to Mike.
That's fine. And could people advise me if we could just get the list of names of the people who are willing to serve? Can Sarah Templeton? Anyone else? Pauline Cotter?
Pauline. Yeah.
Tim, do you want to go on too?
Yep, I'll go on.
Tim Scandrett. Anyone else? Anne Galloway?
I will.
Who was that?
Melanie.
Yeah. Melanie Coker. Is that all good? Are people comfortable with that?
Well, we already had the working group that's made the recommendation.
That's fine. Well, that's fine. I don't care. I mean, I'm trying to look for a way of moving things on. When we've got a technology problem, anyone who is on the working group is welcome to join that. So the working group, any member of the working group, plus the list that we've just been through then, it's been moved and seconded. It was moved by me. It was seconded by Tim Scandrett. I will put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. Aye. That's carried. Right, thank you. We'll move on to the Performance Exceptions Report, March 2020. And I don't know, presumably Peter Bryan is with us?
I am. I'm right here.
Hello, Peter. You're sounding crystal clear. Fire away while you still do.
Cut will be good. Look, the bottom line is we felt it best to get a
no, I just can't hear you. I'm really sorry. There is something really bad about this technology, and I'm not going to go through another session like this. Again, this is a performance exceptions report. I mean, it really ought to be heard in public. So, look, what am I going to do? I think we're going to have to take another adjournment, Joe, because I mean we can't operate on this basis.
Yep.
Thanks very much, and we're going to continue with the Performance Exceptions Report, March 2020, item 16 on our agenda, and the last item that we'll be dealing with in this public session of the Council. I do apologise for the technical difficulties. It is very challenging, but I'm just going to hand over to the Chief Executive, because I think the Performance Exceptions Report always presents us with a bit of a challenge in understanding the different functions of the organisation and how we monitor performance. So perhaps if I could hand over to you, Dawn, just for a little summary about how we could deal with this better in the future.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think that's a very valid question that you have raised. This is a collective report that Peter Ryan brings to Council. And in reality, it's not, although it's in his name, it's not his report in that sense. We need to make the connection between our elected members, the public, and the officers responsible for the areas of activity. So I'd like to have a conversation with members to see how we can make that far more meaningful than the current way that we are doing it, because we end up in this sort of tautological discussion without getting to the meat of the issues, whether it's to celebrate success or to deal with performance that is not moving in the right direction. The only other comment I would make is obviously this exception report as well is coming at a time where we've had COVID-19, so a number of areas of performance will undoubtedly have been impacted by the lockdown at level 4. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And just the one other item that I'll add to this is that although some of the letters, some of the performance expectations relate to our CCOs, like Christchurch NZ, we need to ensure that their letter of expectations is updated, and also that that their statements of intent are addressed as well. And that will be an item that we'll consider at next week's meeting. It was an item for this week's agenda, but I've moved it to next week because it does require some substantial preparation for actually responding to the realities of COVID-19 as well. So I really appreciate the fact that Councillor Johansson was about to raise some of these issues, but if I could hand over to you, Yanni, because I know that you had a couple of questions that you'd like to ask. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Just happy to hear that we'll get the information about our subsidiaries, so we'll save that for next week. I was just on page 139, there is a comment regarding our cemeteries, and I know previously that staff really did a lot of work to try and improve the presentation of our cemeteries, but in the target that we've got, we're aiming for greater than 85%. We're hitting 65%, and it is a bit hard to tell from this report, you know, where we're going backwards in terms of specific cemeteries. But I note in the comments it says that there's going to be a new discussion about levels of service targets, and that there's some difficult to manage cemeteries such as Littleton, and a review of resource allocation. So I was just wondering if we can get a little bit more information about what work has been happening on cemeteries. Previously, when we've had that work, I understand there'd been an improvement, so it is a little bit disheartening to see it going backwards, and it would just be really good to understand maybe a little bit more specifically about why it's gone backwards.
Sure, look, I'd be happy to go back to Parks and get that for you and bring it back.
Yeah. And the second question was around PT, where I think it's on page 134, where we've not met our PT measure around people choosing to travel by bus. And again, it talks to a 3.4% decline, and I know there's a number of issues why it may be down, but in the remedial action, it discusses a number of interventions along Riccarton Road and proposals along Lincoln Road, but it doesn't give any reference to previous decisions that we've made around things like Main North Road bus priority, which, you know, was done on the basis to increase PT. So again, it may be that there's actually a need to understand a little bit better around where we've spent money, what the benefits have been or otherwise, versus just a quite generic response in the remedial action. So I would be quite keen just to get a bit more detail around what's happening with PT in terms of where we've actually spent money, and what benefits have actually accrued, because we can't tell from this, but we can tell we're missing our target. Thank you.
Yes, happy to do that. Under normal circumstances, we have the managers of each of these exceptions at a normal council meeting. Obviously, we're under extraordinary circumstances. I can't answer your question right now, but I can go away and get the answers.
It just does seem a bit blatant. I mean, it seems, sorry, not blatant, it seems a bit an obvious question to ask is around that main North Bus priority, where we had a big debate at council around the expenditure and the value of it. And it's I just find it a bit strange that it's not mentioned in the remedial action, given that was quite a significant investment. Thanks.
I think it's a really good point, Yanni, and I think one of the matters for us really to ask for some update on is how the joint committee's operating. I mean, I've said on so many occasions now that until we've got the decision making aligned between ECAN's investment in the bus infrastructure, then the infrastructure decisions that we made don't really have a strong enough business case to support them. So it's like chicken and egg, which comes first, and it's not a very good function in there, and we haven't delegated any of our authority, and of course ECAN can't delegate its authority. Well, they can now, but in terms of timing, we now have to rethink how do we make that role between Christchurch, Waimakariri and Selwyn and the interface in relation to public transport. How do we now make that work? And we've got some opportunity to do that now. Right, so would someone like to move that the report be received? Andrew Turner. Seconded. Sarah Templeton. I saw a hand go up. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
Aye.
That's carried. Thank you. And the last item is to the resolution to exclude the public, which I will move.
Happy to see that.
And you'll see that they cover the 3 sets of public excluded minutes, the 3 matters from the Audit and Risk Management Committee that are normally excluded for all of the sensitivity reasons listed there from the Act, and the final item is for the extension of 3 waters maintenance contracts to make sure that we don't prejudice commercial position in the conduct of negotiations as set out on the agenda. So I'll move that, and that's seconded by, who was it?
Councillor Templeton.
No, it was Councillor Davidson. Councillor Davidson. This is for the PX resolution. Sarah Templeton seconded the last one. So, Mike Davidson. So I shall put that motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried.